every time I have always played the fool.
The cards can reveal things that you will never see by yourself. Call me now for your free tarot reading.
If you're tired of being censored on social media, join 60s.net. It's black owned, black operated, and black moderated, and we make sure it stays a safe space for us to talk about all things black culture. We also got some cool gear like the FDM cotton crew neck, the Fearless Ancestors tee, hats, and more. Check us out at 60s.net.
Hey girl, why are you so sad?
I just got banned from Twitter again.
Should have been on 60s.net. Ah.
Tick faster, that'll be the hour they knock the slick blaster. Tick dastardly, a monthly with sick laughter. A gunfight and they come to cut the mix master. And living the true gods, giving y'all nothing but the lick like two broads. Got more lyrics than the church got ooh lords. And they hold the mic at your attention like two swords. Or you the one with two blades on it. Hey you, don't touch the mic like it's AIDS on it.
Okay, can you hear me? Put a number one in the chat. Put a one in the chat if you can hear me. We are trying to. It sounds like I should not be muted now. Hopefully you can hear me. Let me know. You can hear me good? Okay. All right, good. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, once again, we are the beatzillapdx official show. I am the host, beatzillapdx officially. And this is the weekly wrap up. And of course, we have some things to talk about this week. Had some interesting things go on. The Kim Potter, her time was given today. Her sentence. He said I was just talking. Well, you know what was going on. I can hear it, and then I could watch it cut right out. But yeah, we got a lot going on. Please hit the like and share button as you're coming in. If you have not already subscribed to this broadcast and wondering why you cannot enter into the chat, it is because you are not subscribed to this broadcast. So as some might know, I am literally on Facebook right now. I'm doing a rare simulcast. So some might be watching on my Facebook channel. This is to get you to get to my YouTube channel and subscribe. There's a lot of people that, know me from different places, know me from a lot of different things. And this might be one of the things that you are unaware that I do. So in the meantime, come over to YouTube and come subscribe, and then you can also be part of the chat. I'm sure majority of you actually do have YouTubes. So come on over here and support a brother on his YouTube platform. So let me go ahead and see who is all in the chat. These are all the people who have actually subscribed, mind you. Rochelle Howard, welcome. PDX is in the house. Dan Rupp, Nino Black in the house. Silent D Productions, Judah Queen, Desmond Works, CH464, Queen Adia, Kathy B. Oh, and Desmond Works. Desmond Works. Good live earlier today with you and your twin brother, Donovan, on Queen Amadiah's podcast. That was, or on her broadcast. That was a really good piece where y'all went in dealing with mental health and something that I don't think many people have got a chance to actually see identical twins talking about their situation and dealing with like black identical twins in the mental health space. That was new for me. So that was pretty dope. Let's see who else we got in here. Shawana Stevens, Aboriginal woman, 61. Oyela Arquette. Let's see. Dervis Austin. Oh, we got some people in the house tonight. All right. So a good Friday. Capricornus. Capricornus, welcome. All right. So hopefully we are all good to go. I'm going to have to figure out what's going on with this mic. It's almost like this. As soon as I turn on StreamYard and go live, it immediately cuts the mic out. Okay, looks like, viewer one in the house. Welcome. My number one chief moderator, the first on the team, viewer one. Okay, it looks like, so for the people on Facebook, it looks like you can actually like it. You can like the broadcast, but if you want to get into the chat, you have to come over to YouTube and subscribe to this channel, and YouTube can be a part. So with that being said, once again, this is the weekly wrap up. And one of the first things I'm going to address is there's this judge she's a former judge now. She's actually moved from judge and moved on to the prosecutor. I guess she's in the state's prosecutor office now. So what she's done is, I guess she's kind of not been your typical white woman on the bench as maybe we would have experienced as black folks here in America. And so, when I seen things like a story like this pop up, I was like, well, wait a minute. When they started talking about racism, and the first few people that you're hearing in the story that are claiming racism against this white woman are also white. Wait a minute. So, family, check this story out.
On administrative leave after the new ABC 15 investigation dishonorable.
Chief Investigator Dave Biskobing broke the story. Erin Otis is off the job. Before she became a Maricopa County prosecutor, Otis was a judge in death penalty cases. On Friday, we exposed she allowed her staff to routinely mock and ridicule people in her courtroom with cruel and obscene emails and memes. We also found she sometimes participated. MCAO fired Otis while she was under judicial investigation. And tonight, Dave's uncovering more about her time in the courtroom.
He shows us some of the concerning and bizarre contact, including allegations of inappropriate contact with defendants and even a birthday party.
It's April 3rd, 2019, and Judge Erin Otis is sentencing a defendant who has a total of 6 known felony convictions, including multiple domestic violence assaults. It looks normal, sounds normal, unless you catch this quick line from the judge. Bubbles from a bubble gun given to the defendant's 3-year-old son to celebrate his birthday. You can see quick glimpses of his head in the gallery.
There's no video of the birthday party.
Are y'all starting to get the idea of what the problem is?
No,
Okay, so why is that?
because the FTR was shut off.
They turned off the courtroom cameras.
Absolutely, yeah. All the audio and video was shut off. So this is one of the defendants that they had a crush on. They really liked him. They would flirt with him all the time.
Kelly Schaefer was Otis's clerk, then turned whistleblower. And by they, she means Judge Otis and her bailiff, Barbara Chavez. Both declined to be interviewed.
They bought cupcakes. They bought a little bubble gun for the kid to play with and other toys. And then they went ahead and went on the record and they sentenced him and off he went.
During the official sentence.
Okay, so he had a little opportunity of time to hang with his child, and before he was going away to be sentenced, and they had a humongous problem with that. So now, mind you, they are talking about racism and her misconduct. So the fact that she was not moving in the most anti-black way that she could be, somehow, again, people are bothered, almost like last Sunday, with all of these people complaining about the Super Bowl halftime show and how there was only one, well, most of them, they wasn't even including Eminem in being white. So, oh, no white people on stage. Eminem was there. He don't count no more? I guess because he was with us. Oh, he with black folks now. Eminem don't count. SMCM, Queen Meadow, Nuwape. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Good to see you in the house. Lord.
Sentencing hearing, you can see a bottle of pink bubble solution next to Otis. A deputy moves it after a few minutes.
You have a defendant on his sentencing, when he's going to be going away to prison.
Yes.
They throw a birthday party for his son. They use the public's courtroom. It's like an event hall?
Yes.
ABC 15 obtained confidential records, sealed documents, and complaints from multiple cases. They show insiders and attorneys have raised concerns about routine and inappropriate contact with defendants going back years. One issue ex parte communication. She's talking to defendants, people in her court, without their attorneys present.
100%.
And that's a pretty big no-no.
It is a big no-no.
And this is something that you saw and something that would happen
daily, routinely.
Really?
Absolutely routinely, almost every single day.
In a statement, Otis said, "To be clear, at no time did I ever participate in ex parte communications," and she absolutely refutes the claims. Schaefer blew the whistle on Judge Otis after 2 years in her courtroom. It forced the clerk's office to file an official complaint with the Arizona Commission on Judicial Conduct, the body that oversees judges. ABC 15 confirmed it's one of at least 2 complaints the commission has received about the judge, outlining evidence about ex parte communications, the birthday party, the memes and emails, and other issues. But the commission dismissed those complaints, and because they were dismissed, public records about those cases have either been redacted with Otis's name removed or blocked from release.
I think people just didn't believe the inmates that it was going on. I think there was a big part of that going on when inmates were telling their attorneys that this was happening, and I think that they were just
like, okay, sure.
Okay, whatever, that really isn't happening. What judge is going to come into a locked courtroom and talk to the inmates?
I do believe.
A key example, the capital murder trial of Victor Hernandez. ABC 15 obtained this sworn affidavit by Hernandez. Signed and notarized in April 2020, he stated Otis spoke to him without his attorneys present multiple times, either in the hallway or courtroom. Hernandez also claimed Otis constantly asked him about his music.
The impact.
And Schaefer remembers Otis talking about the music.
Somehow she got a CD of his rap music, of that particular defense, and I was never able to figure out how she got that music.
Only time you hearing about a judge being racist or being inappropriate is her interest in ethnic culture. Lord. I mean, hey, man, I can understand why people would say, well, hey, yeah, she's a little friendly, or some would probably call her fair. She sounds like she's hating Aboriginal Woman 61. You are absolutely correct, she do. Viewer one. Oh, man. This is just, it's, like I said, out of all the, we sat here and watched a judge scream on a prosecutor. We watched a judge scream on a prosecutor in a murder trial, in an attempted murder trial, for, hey, for me, not you. And it was actually wrong, by the way. He's like, well, no. Oh, yeah, that's right. So he jumped the gun. Nobody really, railed on him. Or, by the way, of actually making straw gun purchases no longer a problem. Because up until this point of Kyle Rittenhouse, straw man gun purchases were illegal. But, because he didn't want to send Kyle Rittenhouse to prison, hey, man, everybody can do a straw man gun purchase. And we're going to get back into, like, the Kim Potter thing later on this evening. Even more of a reason why I wanted to go live on Facebook. Because there's a lot of people on Facebook who I'm sure probably do shadow watch a lot of my YouTube content. But, there are some that are may not as YouTube savvy that want to make sure they can still check in and kind of see what I'm doing from the wings. So this one's for you. Oh, well, no, you be able to. So they can go lie about it. You know who she talking about now, don't you? Yeah, this is for the Facebook crew. This one's for you. So anyway, we gonna continue here, and let this be your first experience. Don't let it be your last. we are dealing with a lot of political situations, and I know a lot of people on Facebook think they have political positions. And it's cool to have it on Facebook. But right now where you're standing is a platform. So if you do hop on my Facebook, sharing your sentiments this time and go around trying to circumvent what we are trying to get accomplished, onto the Summer Jam screen you shall go. So let this be a forewarning for any Biden sexuals on my Facebook potentially watching right now. If you come up here with the Democratic shield shit, woo-wee, on the screen you go. And you're going to have to make that shit hold up. Dig it? And then for all the rest of you people who love to listen about lies and whatnot, well, guess what? We just watched a woman drop a body after 26 years on the job, claiming that she couldn't define the difference between a Glock 9mm, nonetheless, and a taser. I know some people are under the misconceptions that I spent time in prison for recovery. One of the tools of white supremacy is fooling people, and especially black people, that it doesn't exist. So a lot of people will see a white supremacist dating a black person or even married to a black person and will believe just because that relationship exists, they are not that. One thing you have to understand, the person that they're with has a mind state of, oh, when you call my son or my daughter or my grandchildren niggers, that doesn't mean me. Welcome to the truth, Facebook. Now, as far as the YouTube side goes, there are people who are doing videos out here that I could really care less about, so you guys already know what that is. Let these people flounder in the wind. It's unfortunate, but we have to move on. We have more pressing matters at hand, and irrelevant, crispy outlaws are not on our agenda. Neither or fraudulent black ass godlessness. So we have to understand, moving forward, we're going to have to start identifying problems within. And the problem within ain't a person out here doing a bunch of videos crying to other people why people ain't dealing with them. Oh, not to mention, for all of you who hear my catchphrases come out of other people's mouths and then literally watch them tell you like it's actually theirs, that's hilarious. So, hey man, you just got another one. Oh, lordy me. Never mess with the man with the mic. Now, let's go back to this hating ass woman right here. Because, see, this is something that y'all need to understand. This is who's teaching your children. Not to mention, these are the people who are in your doctor's offices, clerks' offices, your realtors' offices. Oh, yeah, also in your city council meetings as well, in your school council meetings, making sure that, like, schools like in my city, we have Jefferson. Jefferson's literally watched every other school in this city get rebuilt and remodeled. Brand new, fantastical buildings, some even twice over, within the same time of never touching this school. I wonder why. Oh, well, because, of course we know why, because Jefferson High School, subsequently, mascot is the Democrats. Go figure. The blackest school in the city. The Democrats. Go figure. The ones who got a whole room full of trophies, all the way to the Super Bowl, have Nike investment on the football field and the track field, and built a brand new basketball stadium. But the people of the city of Portland feel that the only school in the PIL with a middle college program should never see any money to be beautified. Oh, not to mention when my son just graduated, there were only about 10 people in that class that did not graduate with honors. And for those on my Instagram, y'all saw how many black kids just graduated. Don't you let these people come out here and be the face of all of this garbage out here. But I'm going to continue. This is going to be a good one tonight. So y'all go ahead and get your popcorns and get your whatever you need to do. Get you a plate and go get a hot dog, a hamburger, or a vegan chicken nugget, and enjoy the show.
She had a defendant's music and she'd listen to it?
Oh, yeah, and talk about how much she liked the music and would listen to it. And we still, to this day, I don't know how she got the CD.
ABC 15 interviewed multiple legal ethics experts. They say this type of misconduct is serious, especially the ex parte communication. It raises questions about impartiality and fairness and can put cases at risk. Now, we'll be covering those implications more in future reports and also reporting more on the lack of transparency in the process for investigating judges. Because right now, the public deserves to know a lot more about their public officials' actions than what's in the public record. In response, Erin Otis sent us a lengthy statement. She says the Judicial Commission dismissed
So I'm going to have to rock with this for a minute. All right, hopefully y'all can hear me. Can y'all hear me? All right, so I'm finna, I shouldn't have to restart the broadcast. Can you hear me? Put a 1 in the chat if you can hear me. Is why I'm going to restart this. Yes. You can hear me now? Okay. So I am about to start this over and come back in the room. Hopefully this is working. Y'all see what I go through? This is what happens when you are trying to give the truth. You did. So you know, when you're just trying to lay out the truth out here, so unfortunately we have to go through these things. All right, it looks like we are go. So let me do this. Okay, so hopefully we should be back. So I'm gonna play this little break, and hopefully I'll be right back with the good camera, with the good sound. So we will be right back. Again, it's the weekly wrap up. We are working through the technical difficulties right here on the beatzillapdx official show.
Tick faster. That'll be the hour they knock the slick blaster. Dick dastardly, a monthly with sick laughter. A gunfight and they come to cut the mix master. And living the true gods. Giving y'all nothing but the lick like 2 broads. Got more lyrics than the church got ooh lords. And they hold the mic at your attention like 2 swords. Or either one with 2 blades on it. Hey you, don't touch the mic like it's AIDS on it.
All right. Hopefully we are good. Let me know you can hear me, please. Tell me you can. Lord. Man, oh man, oh man. Okay, so can y'all hear me? Please put a 1 in the chat if you can hear me. If y'all can hear me, let me know. Let me see if I got anything here. Get here. 1, okay, good. Looks like y'all can hear me. Good. Okay, we're back. All right. Now, dark-skinned brother, what's going on? John Patterson, welcome. And, you know, if you are just now getting subscribed to this broadcast, this, of course, is the beatzillapdx official show right here on YouTube. If you are watching this on Facebook and want to get into the chat and interact with the people in the chat, you can do so by subscribing on the YouTube channel. So make sure you come on over and get it in. And then, you know, you will also be informed every time this broadcast goes live. If you hit the all button on the notification bell, and then every time I go live or upload a video, you will be notified. Well, you should be, but I'm also shadow banned too, so there is that. But, you know, they shadow ban a lot of black content creators because we tend to speak the real, we give the real, we teach unity, and we also are speaking empowerment. And you cannot be empowered without finance. So this is a conversation to where we are dealing with reparations. We are also dealing with just simply our justice claims, like what you've seen today with Kim Potter only getting 2 years, while you have a Black Lives Matter activist that got 6 years for so-called voting fraud, which was really kind of a sticky situation, which is still not really even clear. So there's that.
Risk. Now, we'll be covering those implications more in future reports and also reporting more on the lack of transparency in the process for investigating judges. Because right now, The public deserves to know a lot more about their public officials' actions than what's in the public record. In response, Erin Otis sent us a lengthy statement. She says the Judicial Commission dismissed all of the allegations you just saw, and she said this about the birthday party. My staff did provide a 2-year-old boy who was present in the courtroom on his birthday with his parents, who are both the defendant and victim, with a donut, and I did suggest those present in the courtroom sing happy birthday to him. My staff also provided the child a toy to play with as he was getting restless in the courtroom waiting.
And this is literally what they've been complaining about. So, okay, there's a Afro-Latino artist. They're upset that she's asking him about his music. Now here, clearly a domestic violence situation with the whole family being in the courtroom, trying to give the little 3-year-old just a little moment of happy time as daddy about to go to jail and his whole house just got split up from an incident in it. Now, we're sitting up here, and we're going to get to this, but we're talking about hearing people keep telling us about irrevocable damages that this 15-year-old cheater could face. But here's the 3-year-old boy. Damn him. America, Satan has been shedding his grace on you.
Later in that same statement, Otis then refutes there was a birthday party as part of a broader denial. I'm investigator Dave Biskobing, ABC 15, Arizona.
And the immediate fallout from Dave's reporting continues. Within the past hour, Maricopa Superior Court confirmed bailiff Barbara Chavez is no longer working for the courts. Our dishonorable investigation is not over. It was never just about this one judge or this one courtroom. This is about a larger system that let it happen, a system that lacks transparency and public accountability. Dave's on it. You can find everything he's reported so far and his future reports in this series on your favorite streaming devices and on abc15.com/.
How many families y'all think that court done actually broke up? Well, they're talking about transparency. When have you ever heard anybody in this lane talking about transparency of anything? Only time you see something like that is if they feel this person is being lenient on non-white folk. And that's the system. Again, that's why Kyle Rittenhouse is free right now. Because I know there's a lot of lead paint chip eaters that would say, well, man, he went out there and killed white people. You do know one of them defendants that he did miss because he was also charged with attempted murder. That was a black man. So one of them people he was shooting at was black. He just didn't get hit. So that doesn't mean that, oh, no, it doesn't have nothing to do with that because he didn't kill no black people. Jeremy Christian didn't kill no black people. Anybody in Portland, Oregon going to dispute that he needed to be taken off the street? Nah, but see, when it comes down to situations like this, everybody becomes the armchair philosopher. Ain't never had no feet in the game. Ain't never touched anything in this lane, but got so much to critique it. But you already know. I mean, start asking people questions and let them start explaining themselves and unravel their spiel and see how far they can go. Like, if y'all been in these Twitter spaces, y'all can see what's happening there. There's a lot of activity going on in the Twitter space area right now. And I guess, you know what? I'll go here now. I want to address this now. Y'all got to understand something, man. Y'all, for those who have been rocking with me for over a year, I did a broadcast called Grassroots COINTELPRO Tactics. And I warned y'all about some groups that were coming. One of the groups that I warned you about is a offshoot of ADOS, which is the Black Pack. Well, the Black Pack is also tied to the reparations group from California. That's also, they got this black front, this old black dude with the big Papa Apatunde type of name, so we'll get him and he'll be validity, and but then you start going and doing a little bit of research of who's actually handling the money. And guess what you find? You find this white woman who runs an organization called White People for Reparations for African People. So if you guys are not understanding, especially what happened last night in the spaces with Tariq Nasheed, one of the things that happened was this woman who was part of Black Pack, the same group. If y'all was on my Twitter, y'all remember the people who were trying to go in about remember the verses with the Isley brothers and Earth, Wind, and Fire. If y'all follow me on Twitter, you know that there was a lot of this group that came out of nowhere to bombard me on Twitter about somehow me supporting the Isley brothers and having a good night in the verses made its way over into me supporting R. Kelly being a rapist. And I'm saying, I don't even see the connection. I'm talking about music here. Oh, well, this and that. Bitch, my name is Beatzilla. I'm clearly a musician. So I'm just speaking from a musician standpoint of the music. I'm not into nobody's personal politics in their bedroom. I mean, y'all still love Elvis. They took Elvis shit down for nothing. Priscilla Presley was not of age when they was getting together. What you talking about? Jerry Lee Lewis and all the rest of these. And all these, I mean, man, and these people really on some real shit. I grew up in the 90s when hip hop was popping and all of these tours was coming to town. Half of y'all out here with kids that are about in the early 20s and some in the mid 20s, y'all need to shut your asses up. Because how many of y'all done slept with Keith Sweat when you were 16? Go back and listen to Ronnie DeVoe's rhyme and Do Me Baby. Oh, it was all good back in the 90s. I mean, hell, it was so good that some of y'all was even sleeping with bisexual men. Velly Ray was going on. He said Elvis was a real rapist. Man. So they put this thing like, oh, look at R. Kelly. So they was going overboard, just putting all the extras on it, trying to make it about R. Kelly. And it's like, okay, so you're trying to make some kind of black men are supporting rape culture line. It's not there. And here's the one thing I said. Well, I'm old enough to know about his marriage with Aaliyah. So there's that. So, I mean, yeah, he did that shit. Oh, man, but you supporting the rapists. Oh, man. No, ma'am, you just missed the point. I just told you. I agree. He did that shit. Oh, man, but you supporting the rapists. Oh, no. See, you don't know what to do past the spiel that you were trying to push. Because now here you have to enter into the actual engaged conversation. This is how we can always pick out these agent shields. Because truth be told, they can't speak. They didn't ever think they would be in a deeper conversation than the little surface talking points that work on their common peers. So when they bring it over into spaces like ours and we dissect that, chop it down to the white meat, then it's like, God, well, you guys are just being divisive. Miss me. This woman like came and I'm telling y'all got to pay attention. And it's unfortunate because it's when you have things moving like these spaces. Shout out to Mel and was it 713 or 723? I'm not sure with the Boogie. Shout out to them brothers who started the original space with the hashtag Secure the Tribe. There's been so many that's popped up after that. And here's another thing. When people put FBA in their name, make sure they are actually that. Are we running people's paperwork just because they say how black they are? Just because they say, I'm FBA, I'm B1. Really? Can you prove it? How do we know this? Because as a foundational Black American, there's certain things I know. And it's just amazing to me that I see so many people who don't. Now, I do understand. Out here on the West Coast, our roots come from the country. So the majority of our roots out here on the West Coast couldn't go directly to a plantation. You got all these people from these other places talking to us like we stupid. Well, you didn't learn this in school. How the hell would we learn our black history in school? Are you kidding? And what kind of mentality is that to say, oh, naturally, no one in your house is teaching black history. No one in your community is teaching black history. You had to wait till you got to your white teachers for them to teach you about who you are. John Johnson married an underage villain? I didn't know that. Yikes. I like Miami Vice. But damn. Oh, man. So let's see. Where we go next? Let's go here. Because I'm gonna play these. I'm gonna play these 3 little videos just so y'all can. I just want you to just ingest this as you start glancing by these Twitter spaces and wondering, do I want to get in that or not? Like I told y'all on my broadcast Wednesday, I told some of them cats in the space that I was in, I don't see the need to keep going back and forth with immigrants about our reparations claim. What we need to address is the clear separation between our claim and CARICOM. And when you have these other people, see, that's what they're trying to do. And what's so slick, and now with Vet Carnell and Tone, these are y'all affiliates out here doing this straight up. Straight up. These are y'all affiliates out here doing this. Getting out here to muck up the conversation. So basically, it's almost looking as if Tone and the Vet can't be the lead faces of getting reparations, which really is meaningless anyway. But if they can't be the lead faces with the photo, I don't know who they want to photo op with, because you need to just be having a photo op with your people celebrating. But I mean, whatever. They are pushing hard now to dismantle everybody else's push for reparations. My question is, why are you doing that? What advantage is it to ADOS when your whole thing was about, well, we need to get reparations for the lineage, and okay, well, we have lineage. Now we got this woman calling in, which, I told you, these Black Pack people were nothing but agents. Mind you, she's had to go, and they all reinvented their pages, but all of them are claiming they're from South Central. They all claim it, because the first time, see, when I got on their ass and got on their top the first time, they was up there trying to flaunt Nipsey. No, it's like, yeah, y'all from California, but y'all some Jack and Jillers from LA, man. Cut it out. Y'all from Jack and Jillers from LA, man. Y'all don't have nothing to do with no pro-black space. Y'all pro-black deterrence. So, when you see this chick coming up, this Tara Perry, whatever the hell her name is, man, that chick is a absolute shill. Click in with the Democrats. I can't say she worked for them, but I'll say she moves on their behest. Because to use the talking points, and two people called in last night with the exact same talking points. One, when it came down to having to admit her lineage, she got off the phone. See, this is these people over here in LA. I'm knowing exactly who it is. This white people for reparations for Africans. If you couldn't see the red flags in that line alone, because there's whole groups over here. They're not associated with no 1619 nothing. Not that 1619 is worth a damn. And got people out here calling the people who provided the space for y'all to even have this conversation. Calling people agents. All you little newbies. Fraudulent black agents. Full of godlessness. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. It's a rough season for some folks now, ain't it? As well as it should be. So, first off, speaking of COINTELPRO and ADOS, have to do it. And again, this is a housekeeping thing. So I don't want any of my ADOS people to be offended that I have to address this. Because I get it. Y'all believe what y'all believe of these people. But I don't play favorites. I play the truth. So here's the truth. You only heard voting Democratic down ballot from one group. One. And that is the two leaders of ADOS who pushed this philosophy down your throats while all of your little minions, Yvette Carnell and Tone, I don't really know my money game more. Listen, y'all sat up here and told all of these people, do this, do that, vote down ballot. If you ain't going to vote for the president, just vote down ballot. Right? Well, in 2022, there's a revived down ballot campaign. Now, here's a problem. All of you people with ADOS who are saying that you were not clicked in with the Democrats, there's this.
They will do nothing to invest in our schools or make college more affordable. They'll ban books but do nothing about guns. They'll make it harder for people to vote but easier for big corporations to bust unions. They'll let polluters trash our environment and let Donald Trump trash our democracy. That's why I intend to work my heart out to elect Democrats up and down the ticket this November.
Did you catch that little last part there? See, even on the Democratic side, when you play shield and tool to liberal white supremacists or straight up open white supremacists like your January 6th crowd and Trumpers, when you do that, well, you exposed yourself to all of your people. And now we can see you as for what? The fraud you have always been. Because you were selling us on voting down ballot. Oh, like that idea was just so new. Here it is coming out of the mouth of Hillary Clinton. Do you want to really truly believe, if you were an ADOS follower, that Yvette Carnell gave Hillary Clinton that idea? Or Hillary Clinton gave Yvette Carnell that idea? If anybody seems to remember when I made the video about Butter Your Biscuits, about Roland Martin, the one who's dancing with Hillary Clinton, same day he blocked me, so did she. But they haven't blocked each other. They just go back and forth with each other in front of people. I guess somebody could probably say, maybe that's an attempt at making both his platform relevant as well as her group and organization politically relevant. I mean, I'm just saying. Whoops. So let's just take a flashback and walk down memory lane. And, because see, we got these weak-minded people. And for Facebook, this is really especially for you. All skin folk ain't kinfolk. And the best way to infiltrate a movement is to put somebody who look just like everybody else in it, who has a different agenda. Get it?
The report identified Black identity extremists as a threat to law enforcement. Critics say the report is eerily similar to the FBI's 20th century counterintelligence program.
COINTELPRO was an FBI operation established in the 50s by J. Edgar Hoover to target African Americans who were fighting for justice and equality. He targeted Dr. King, he targeted Malcolm X, and over 80% of the targets of COINTELPRO were members of the Black Panther Party.
At the height of COINTELPRO, activists and community organizers were targeted. These include current Congressional Black Caucus members like John Lewis, Bobby Rush, Emmanuel Cleaver, and Barbara Lee.
The church committee in the mid-70s held hearings and determined that many of the actions and activities of COINTELPRO were really unconstitutional.
What you described is a series of illegal actions intended squarely to deny First Amendment rights to some Americans. How shall we ensure that it never happen again?
One of the similarities that I see are that it's based on race. COINTELPRO definitely targeted African Americans. Black identity extremists, which Attorney General Jeff Sessions has put out, targets African Americans. When it was brought to our attention, we immediately contacted the FBI director and had a very forthright meeting. I specifically asked him, how do they identify Black identity extremists? Who are they? And there was no answer to that. We still don't know who's a Black identity extremist.
A lot of activists around the country are very concerned that we're getting ready to repeat a very sad chapter of our history, where people who are rightfully protesting what they consider to be an injustice in their community, which is their relationship with police officers, are now being targeted and labeled as extremists and are going through periods of surveillance and harassment.
As a community worker, I attended many Black Panther Party functions. I was part of the breakfast program. We registered many people, the African American community and others, to vote. Well, the FBI during COINTELPRO would try to turn members of the Black Panther Party against each other. Agent provocateurs were placed within the party to try to sow dissent.
Did y'all catch that part, family? Agents were sent amongst people to sow dissent. Now, I've seen this happen myself, my own eyes, as a former moderator of Fly Nubian Queen Network, to which I was approached about being a moderator on that channel. And for all intents and purposes, so everyone knows, I have never asked anyone to ever be a moderator. So every time you see me moderate, it's because someone made me so. So, it just happened that way. But did you hear what they just said? Play that back a minute. Because the best way, like I just said, the best way to circumvent a movement is to put the people who look like those people in the midst of it. But what did I just tell y'all the other day? Watch what people are doing. That's where the rubber meets the road. Are y'all talking? See, again, here's the title: White Privilege and Anti-Blackness. I'm addressing the subject right up front. No sugarcoating, nothing. We talking about it. That's what we do here on this platform. Now, I know there's others that claim to be so black first. However, the agenda of Black First seems to be with them debating with other melanated individuals. Whoops.
Was part of the breakfast program. We registered many people, the African American community and others, to vote. Well, the FBI during COINTELPRO would try to turn members of the Black Panther Party against each other. Agent provocateurs were placed within the party to try to sow dissent.
I was the coordinator of the Illinois chapter of the Black Panther Party. In December 4th, 1969, Fred Hampton and Mark Clark, two members of the Black Panther Party, were murdered. And they put an informant, William O'Neill, planted him inside the Panther Party.
We can mourn today, but if we understood Fred, that we are dedicated, that his life wasn't given in vain.
See, in certain spaces, especially these spaces, we don't look at ourselves as the threat that the system of white supremacy sees us as. See, we identify as foundational Black American. For them, they look at us as, oh, they're extreme. So you might have some crusty outlaws or some fraudulent Black agents coming in your mix with, hey, I'm FBA. You think that stands for Foundational Black American. Really, that means fraudulent Black agent. Look at what people are talking about. Immigration is not our issue. The only point of bringing up immigration for us is that we're not immigrants. Conversation over. So anybody else has a justice claim against any other nation, cool. We're not stopping you from doing that. But what we are saying, us as a particular tribe, we are going after our own justice claim. If you didn't know. You feel me? So, I understand how a lot of people may have problems with us saying that. It's not a disparaging thing about anyone. We're just tightening up our own household. What's wrong with that? And with that being said, we are getting what is due to us. What's wrong with that? And see, now that's where hey, but what about all of these other people? Come on now. We got enough people, like I said. I have people in my family that we all from all over the place in some branches. But the main branch of this family still come through the plantation. And so, like I showed y'all about the cordless phone, the original patent for that is the Aboriginal cordless phone by a relative out of my family, straight out my daddy's side. Come on, man. And Aboriginal, so these people come up on these spaces talking to us like we don't have our own personal history. Now, they are understanding that a lot of Black people do not have personal history. Us, like I said, for us on this West Coast, a lot of people had to come out because they were literally effing the Klan up down there. So they had to leave. You know, you kill one or two of them, you know, you probably ain't going to be able to stick around the South too long. But you best believe that's how some people got out here. It wasn't all the steel mill and the railroad. You had to come out west because they done laid a few of them white sheets down. And shout out to them. May their souls rest in peace and honor. Because it's an honor to have done what they've done. And anything less makes you a coward. These people were on absolute, total oppressive situations. They didn't do the Florida Evans routine. They said, hell no. And I'm going to take these consequences because my self-respect is a little more important. Not ego, but I'm just not a damn coon. And I'd rather die before I sit up here and put myself face down in the dirt for these lying dirtbag scumbags who have nonstop have our people under nothing but oppression. And the first time that they had to deal with a little bit of hardship, cried foul and stormed the damn Capitol. Today, we can see a white woman get 16 months in prison for taking a life after working as a police officer for 26 years. And y'all Facebook niggas, some of y'all, especially you family members, have sat up, and you church niggas too, have sat up there and conversed about my whole situation, always ignoring that my situation was defending myself against a white supremacist who was on record in court as also being such or suspected of it. But y'all didn't know that part because you want to listen to one side of the story. Because when it comes to, see, I have relatives too that also believe being black ain't cool. If I'm wrong, y'all would have to tell me to my face, or the phone, or maybe even a message. But no one will ever do that. It makes way more sense to say, hey, F that guy and his pro-black ways. Guess there's something my grandfather was quite aware of before he checked on out of here now, wasn't he? He damn sure wasn't stupid. Thank God. Because somebody understood that this next generation understood something y'all didn't. Your social experiment of integration is over. You want to integrate out of blackness. We not that generation to do that. You the Moses generation, then we'll let your ass die in the wilderness and leave you. No problem here. You got so many of these old generations that don't want reparations. Like this old nigga right here on the screen, who was down with, and for all intents and purposes, I have a question mark on his ass too. Him, Angela Davis, all of them. Because those are the ones that now, as soon as y'all was over here pressing the line, and then next thing you know, you done ran up into their government to not do shit for black people, miss me. It seemed to me like you just got rewarded. Maybe I'm just looking at things the wrong way. Let's hear what this nigga got to say.
National narrator of me said that the Black Panther Party was the #1 threat to national security of this nation. And that created the condition for law enforcement agents all across this nation to go after Panthers. That program that they did, in some sense, we ought to be thankful for, because that put in writing for everybody to see.
Yeah, that slick whole ass shit he just said. And it was a good thing. Because, see, it was on paper and everybody could see it. See, it's symbolic. This is why I had to go and start doing lives. So all you people on Facebook be like, well, I'm going to come on here and say something to them and talk stupid. Jumbotron is where you're headed in 2022. Now, for all the rest of you who need this information, come on over and subscribe to this YouTube channel. I will not be doing much of this on Facebook. If y'all have noticed, you have not seen me on Facebook for a reason. Because this is where it's at. This is where I'm at. And if you want to find me, follow me on Twitter. beatzillapdx. Because this right here, oh no, I'm man. Ooh-wee. I ain't doing it. I ain't doing it. And y'all want to roll into 2022 still trying to push that line like, you still got Hillary Clinton up here talking about Donald Trump. Can we talk about this dude who's in office who just sat up here and ain't did nothing about all of these things but close Emmett Till's case and close Tamir Rice's case? And then ain't got nothing to say about this? It's me.
Still in the eyes of so many, nothing but a bunch of Was I surprised? No. I fully expected it to happen. Now the question is, how do we deal with it?
People need to get to their members of Congress and get them a copy of this report and hold their members of Congress accountable. In this day and time, they could really stop and halt the progressive movements that are taking place in the country. And I think with Black Lives Matter, with the Dreamers, with all of our millennials and what they're
Oh, see, and there's where we go wrong. The Black Panthers were dealing with a specific issue. And any time that they were talking about any other group was never. You know why? Because the allied groups had to show up and stand with the Panthers. So the Panthers were not a mouthpiece or a voice piece for the Green Berets or the Green whatever they were, and the Brown Panthers. And no. They had to show up and be part. Now, what happened with that? You stick agent in with the Asian group that's getting arms and they giving the guns. So here we go again with the government intervening, trying to put black folks in a twist. And this Tara Perry person, it has the nerve to say, family, 36, good ship Jesus come over here, right? Everybody talking about 16, 19. Okay, fine. If you guys want to do with that, let your lack of information and lack of your own enthusiasm of learning your own history in this country, let that prevail. Cool. 16, 19. That ain't 2022. 16, 19, and we need to get paid for that. But then there is a long period of time to where people who were here and people who were on the boats that got messed in with each other, all being on a plantation, all being part of building this capitalist society that we know the United States of America. There is no reason, absolutely no reason. By the time that the country was formed, these people were intermeshed. And these people know good and damn well that the ships were slowing down in traffic, since they're so historians and all. Because there were wars and things going on in other places. So, these things that the trade started having to do a little bit of morphing. And then you got them Dutch going on into Africa, which cut on into the, oh yeah, that's right, Nigeria. Maybe you might want to shut your mouth when it comes down to reparations and you guys are being divisive. Nigga, your ass a slave master too. What are you talking about? You didn't think we knew? Yeah, we know. Shut your punk ass up. And we'll be to see you too. But you really don't have much to come after. So here's your problem. Here's what Nigeria's issue is. That we get reparations from America and go over to Africa and crush them with our wallet. Next. So let's just go on and finish this one, because I mean that's really what it is. They really, you guys are being so divisive. It's getting so bad that Nigerians are calling up acting like South Africans. We know y'all. We know who you are. Yoruba. Yeah, y'all not Igbo. We know the difference. Godfrey, he good with us. Lord Jamar, he good with us. All y'all other ones calling in these spaces, don't you speak against Yoruba. Kiss our ass.
They deserve to be out there and to protest and to engage in petitioning their government to right the wrongs of the past. Those of us who've been around, who saw COINTELPRO, really know the risks and the dangers. And so I hope that people really believe us that this happened, because this is COINTELPRO 2.0.
I'm glad for them to break that down. But it just seems like shouldn't the urgency to fight against the next generation being affected by COINTELPRO be a little more urgent? I'm just saying. So here's another piece on, this is a shorter video. So check this out.
Left for you to do. You know what it is. This is an anonymous letter sent by the FBI to Martin Luther King, urging him to commit suicide. He was one of the primary targets for the FBI's illegal surveillance program in the 60s called COINTELPRO, the counterintelligence program which targeted many civil rights groups, such as the Black Panthers and the American Indian Movement, and activists like Stokely Carmichael and Malcolm X for more than a decade. The purpose was to, quote, expose, disrupt, misdirect, discredit, and otherwise neutralize the possible threats against the existing order. The program was exposed in
Existing order. See, let's point that. Let me go into that one right quick. Existing order. What order, pray tell? Oh, yeah. The order of white supremacy. That systematic thing that everybody likes to subsequently avoid. You know, somebody sent me something earlier. Matter of fact, I'm going to play what this white man had to send me, because I always find it so interesting how white people will take it upon themselves to send a black person information from another black person that they agree with and say, this is the way forward. This coon here that's talking about CRT is bad. He's the way forward. Stay out of my inbox with that stupid shit. This right here is the truth. This is what I'm talking about. This is what real black people represent. Not that mixed dude who was up there paid, because I'm sure you don't understand that they pay these dudes to go do that. You do know that, right? He's nothing but a local version of a Candace Owens. And y'all be following for, hey, other black people, hey, look at this one guy that this other white guy that I know follows. Get your ass out of here, man. Not only that, though, I don't give a damn about your opinion on us anyway. That's another thing. I'm not one of them black people that spend all my time worrying about what white people think of me. I am not giving a shit about what anyone thinks of me. Hell, I got enough black folks not to worry about, let alone to get to y'all. Shit, I don't give a shit about what people I see all the time think of me. Don't I show it?
1971, when a group of activists stole documents from an FBI office on the night of the Muhammad Ali-Joe Frazier fight and leaked them to the press. Today, COINTELPRO is something people recall from the past as the darkest FBI program exposed so far.
Okay, and you know, I will play this last. Let me play this last little short piece because I just want y'all to sink them in. When y'all start seeing these people coming out here and talking, man, ingest all of this, family, because you know, just having been in these different situations, and then you start looking at things in retrospect, and it's like, it kind of sounds familiar. Seems like, you know, people's actions are pretty relative, actually. You know, man, you know, I mean, I must say, when I see certain people, you know, and I see people who have tried to retweet me for other people, I guess, because you know, certain sock dancing bandits, feelings were so crushed, I guess, they have totally like morphed into some kind of other mental issue going on with this cat. That like now he will literally sit up here and watch my videos and then turn around and start talking like he's me in my videos against me. I mean, it's like, dude, man, you might want to go talk to somebody. I could see why they had you in the first place. Go with the nice men in the white jackets again.
Government watches us. But what about when government surveillance changes the course of history? In the 1960s, the US government started a program called COINTELPRO, or the Counterintelligence Program. The program was a series of secret FBI initiatives targeting activists, political, and minority groups. The American Indian Movement, the Black Panthers, Martin Luther King, women's and civil rights groups, Vietnam War protesters, and anyone who got the government seeing red. Tactics used included infiltration and surveying and discrediting leaders and causes in order to undermine entire movements and organizations. But a lot of what COINTELPRO did was illegal, and it was officially disbanded in 1971. Though if you ask many activist groups and
officially
political dissidents, it still exists, just in another form.
And she's right. And I mean, I've told y'all many, many times here on this broadcast about my little stint in the DARPA program, which is pretty much the basis of how you're watching me now. So yes, this everything that we are on was built to well, look at it this way. Here's the true part is it's basically a system based around marketing, because that's how they sold it to us. We were supposedly beta testing something that actually became what this is. So it was told to us that this is a marketing tool. So it is there to just get out. Well, that's when I first started learning about algorithms. It's there to start learning the patterns of people's buying and spending habits. Yeah, that's the least of what it does. So with that being said, it they use that for national security's sake to analyze. So, like the Minority Report, the Minority Report is a real thing. They just can't prosecute you on shit that you ain't done. But they will keep you under surveillance if you are potential. So for those of us in the black spaces, man, we could say something at any given moment that could catch fire. At any given moment. And the world changes. They want to make sure they're knowing exactly the moment when it comes off the person's lips. This is, but in all actuality, if you're trying to protect your control, don't you have to know the second that you're out of it? So you got to watch everything. So that's why they do what they do. A lot of people don't understand that because they look at these people as moral. They're not moral at all. Are you kidding? No, you haven't voted for anyone moral. That's where you've played yourself. Now, if black folks, especially again, black Facebook, this is for you. Your vote is like a credit card. Your vote is like money. Tell me how much money. Well, matter of fact, do you see the bottom of the screen right now? What I need for you to do is hit the Cash App, $beatzillapdx. And I need you right now to pay me for a show that I have not yet to commit to. Rate for me, local, 15. I want 1,500 from you. Hit the Cash App. If not, don't ask me to sing for free. Nowhere. And I do mean nowhere. I ain't brought song the first. Always ask me why I don't sing. That shit ain't got no people. See, here's another thing for me. I'm not doing things the way people used to do them. So just be used to being disrespected and used. Hell no. You're going to respect this talent. And if you don't, you lose it. It's easy. Better respect it. And respect everything I do. And if I'm putting you in a better position, you better respect that or I'm going to put your ass out of it too. Like Krusty Outlaw. Now he out here crying, I'm a royal in exile. But people do me. Everybody doing me. And everybody just want to pick on somebody. I was going through my old my messages and whatnot. I'm looking at a message from him because he out here talking about somebody stealing his content or something. Said, well, here's this message where he's asking me about how to set his thing up. And he's coming to me because I'm a vet. But he'll go up there and make videos like that conversation was totally the opposite. It's like, and then he shows up here and said, I want to debate. You notice how the space numbers have been dwindling, sir? What is there to debate? If you are what you are, then I can't take nothing from you. Mamas, don't let your babies grow up to be outlaws. Wearing bandanas, sock dancing, all that there such. But when it comes to man and he just seems to clam up. Bitch ass nigga. Anyway, moving right along. Debate what exactly? I just wouldn't know. So I had to deal with that little part right there because you all got to see who y'all sitting with in these spaces and be clear. Everybody who say they be one. Well, actually, let me put it this way. I don't have to tell you I'm black first. Lesson over. about lawlessness. Unwashed bandanas. Ooh. You said you remember that song, Queen of Deer? Yeah, mama, don't let your babies grow up to be outlaws or fraudulent black agents full of godlessness. Call me now. Hooey. You better learn to leave me alone, man.
It's Monday in the federal.
So this happened today. And so it's amazing how all of the timing on these cases have kind of like happened like right in this same in the same frame. Judah Queen said her God is Satan. Even Cleo had more dignity than Mushmouth. Well, yeah, because at least she could show her face. Yikes! I mean, man. So if y'all are spending y'all time in these spaces with these two individuals, I feel sorry. Well, actually, no, I don't, because that means your judgment stinks. I gotta say that.
Every time I have always played the fool.
Wait, say what again?
Every time I have always played the fool.
The cards can reveal things that you will never see by yourself. Call me now for your free tarot reading.
Don't be sad, don't be blue. Got your whole life ahead of you. Which is about 20 years at this point. So check this out. The Ahmaud Arbery case is going on, and man, oh man, these dudes sound weak. The whole fact, it just really makes Roddy Bryant's lawyer look like trash. And just a super over the top devout racist, because you had to know how much of an anti-black dude this dude was. All he saw was, hey, they chasing a black man. Let me go get him. Shit. That was it. I don't know what he did. Maybe he just shot somebody. Huh? Where'd that coming from? So, yeah. And then not to mention, the person whose house that they were supposedly doing all of this over, don't even fool with them. He fool with their neighbor. And their neighbor is like, I don't fool with them. Oh, vigilante justice ass people. So, yeah, there's that. So let that be a lesson. Even more so importantly, though, because they keep trying to deny this, and they really, really, really keep downplaying this angle. This dude was tried in law enforcement. Law enforcement. So, see, you got to respect the blue and respect the police officers. Oh, yeah, we're going to get to old Judgy Pooh later. We're going to have to deal with the old Judgy Pooh. Because we got to respect the police. And I'm going to tell them, yeah, she murdered your son, but the police got such a hard job. So, it's such a hard job that they let people like this also, these Bryant individuals, they also look for those people to hire as, let's see, cops. And if they can't make it to cop, guess what the next job is? They get to go be a CEO. And these sadistic white supremacists, well, suspected white supremacist sociopaths now get to go put on a badge and go rough up your inmate relatives for absolutely nothing in prison. Doesn't that sound cool? Because you need to respect the badge and authority, right? So respect the badge and authority means AKA respect a bunch of sadistic psychopaths and sociopaths who are overtly violent. Gotcha.
The jury could start deliberating as early as Monday in the federal hate crimes trial for the 3 men who killed Ahmaud Arbery. The prosecution and defense both rested their cases today. Joe Ripley walks us through some of the major points in their arguments. Joe?
Yeah, good evening. All week, the prosecution tried to paint a grim picture of the defendants as racist, motivated by hatred in killing Ahmaud Arbery. The defense claims
I will be so happy when black people get in front of a camera and start talking the real. This is why they don't want people like us over in these spaces, in these B1 spaces, to be out here. They want people like, sock dancers and other people that can fraudulently present themselves. They will talk real. See, I have no respect for anyone who spends all of their time trying to go at coons, the Jesse Lee Petersons or this person a coon. Who cares? Another irrelevant black person who is also a victim of white supremacy, just like you. What the hell is how are you advancing, arguing with that nobody? That's why I'm not arguing with nobodies who spend all of their time arguing with nobodies. Hence, no debate, because they're cowards, just like this individual here. We actually deal with the beast itself in this space. That's what we do. Y'all want to spend time on coons? That's cool. But understand, this is empowerment. You're entertainment. We ain't the same.
the three were just looking out for their community. Soon it will be up to the jury to decide, and I do want to warn you, you might find some of the language used in court disturbing. Before the prosecution rested Friday, they had several witnesses testify to the character of Greg and Travis McMichael. Earlier this week, the DOJ showed examples of texts, social media posts, and comments where the McMichaels and William Roddy Bryan used racial slurs. One of Travis McMichael's former co-workers who dated a black man said Travis told her, quote, "Once you go black, you're in a wheelchair." She said Travis called her a lover more than once. She says she did not report the comments out of fear because Travis was her supervisor at the time. The prosecution's last witness.
Wrong. That's being on code. But, because let's keep it a buck. She's the first white woman that has been around somebody talking so racist. Hell, I know one who was telling me to my face that they was in company with one. I just had to leave. You really didn't want to confront him about his anti-black view. But then we'll be right up around black folk. I got to say what it is. Now, y'all be letting these people around. 2022 is a tighten up year for me. I hope it is for you too. And I hope what you're learning here is helping you understand the reasons why you need to tighten up. And one of the main reasons why you see all of these people out here crying and complaining. It took, less than a month for the world to come to a hold. Understand it, because I saw it early. These people are coming after trying to attach themselves to our reparations claim because they see we not stopping. So we going to close the gates to FBA. And we are under construction until further notice. We only dealing with us right now. And then all of us, wait a minute, now that's divisive. I'm sorry, I never saw you at a family reunion of mine. Did I see you on a jazz cruise? No. Blackfest? No. Juneteenth? Oh, no. Well, I know you got your little enclave not too far from where I live. I don't see you guys outside of that, though. So I don't really see where divisive, and especially if I live in America and you live in Lagos, I don't really see how we so click in together that when America breaks off black descendants of slavery, you expect to get paid too. Have y'all noticed that? These people literally expect to get reparations by being in another country. You in another country. And you literally think, well, why do you hate Africans? Why do you hate immigrants? We are over up in here in our own shit. What we got to do with you? But it just seems divisive. We are in our own. You are in your own. Last time I checked, that don't put us together. Maybe I'm confused, but that country, this country, means two different people. Then let this Tara Perry fraudulent woman, what did she have the nerve to say? Oh, well, the people who came up from the ships is different than the people who were here and also went to slavery, so they don't have the same part of the claim. So what you're trying to say is skip the foundational black Americans and all of these people here to make sure you're worrying about CARICOM's financial interests, which, see, this is where it is. Because they know once we start getting our reparations claim is where the money is. There ain't been nothing built from nothing. See, what the immigrants always come and tell us is, all of our resources in Africa, all of our resources in here, and our resources. Here, we, foundational black Americans, are the resource that built the world's capitalistic society. Y'all need to tell them that when they come over here and stop entertaining all of these people know they bullshitting you when they call. They know they full of crap when they're coming into these rooms. They're trying to disrupt the conversation to get you off of focusing on getting to the next step. That's why you have misguided people who should be clear in mind to know what way they should be going, but aren't. And so they can easily be swept away by fraudulent black agents full of godlessness. And it will then you'll put a battery in their back. And man, you've already seen people having issues with them on these Twitter streets because at the end of the day, truth will prevail. That's why I don't have to keep making any new posts. And on top of that, I even changed up on the hashtag too. Yeah, it's the beta male blues. So then, in a desperate attempt for relevance, well, after crying about the Judas hashtag, literally does and then she does a space. She literally does a space. Oh, man. Okay, so let me tell you this, man. This is too funny. For all of y'all who've seen this video, this is just too hilarious. So this is, when we say Judas, now, mind you, the movie is Judas and the Messiah, right? Okay, so he said, so when you say you somebody's Judas, right? So somebody Judas, then that means you must be Jesus, right? So you Jesus, and man, I mean everybody ain't that perfect like Jesus. So I mean, if I'm Judas, then I guess you must think you Jesus. Hashtag flaming out. Oh, I'm done.
Blackness testified she met Greg McMichael in 2015 after a court hearing with the DA's office. Greg was driving her to the airport. The witness said Greg went on a racist rant, honing in on the death of civil rights icon Julian Bond. Greg said, quote, "I wish that guy had been in the ground years ago. All these blacks are nothing but trouble. I wish they all would die." An analyst testified that Brian sent a text to his friend about his daughter's relationship with a black man, calling him the N-word. He also reportedly called the MLK Day parade the monkey parade.
Clearly, they turned over every stone, went to every door, looked at every social media post, and I think they've cobbled together enough to at least give the jury the opportunity to find that this crime was racially motivated.
Ahmaud Arbery's mother says she's also pleased with the prosecution's presentation.
The DOJ has done a very good job presenting their case. I think that we will have a good verdict like we did in the state case of guilty in all counts.
And both the prosecution and the defense are going to present closing arguments this coming Monday. After that, the jury will deliberate to come up with a verdict.
All right, Joe, the 11 Alive YouTube page is also a source for case updates. As soon as we get them from court, you can click to subscribe to 11 Alive.
All right. Well, that's a lot more racist than the first case. Because those facts weren't allowed to come out. Now, I want you to think of this. With all that's coming out in this case about how racist these people are, for this person who hit me up earlier. Now, let me see some. Remember I told you about the video that I was sent. And I'm glad that this came on because I just got, this is in my DMs, right? I'm reading this because I'm telling this white man how I do not follow the lead of a non-black first coon. So this puppet does not speak for us. So, because he's sending me this it's one of them random off-code black dudes going to one of those school board meetings. Oh man, CRT is bad, man, and me as a black man, and I'm biracial, and I have never been held out of anything in America, and blah blah blah. And on the day to where Kim Potter is going to spend 16 months, you're going to hit a man who got the same time for defending himself against the white supremacists as this white supremacist here who just murdered a man. Gotcha. This is the way forward. So punk ass out of here with that. You thought, I don't know who people be thinking I am, man. Like, I must subscribe to that shit. And that's not saying every white person is racist. But anybody that's dumb enough to send me some stupid shit like this is a suspected white supremacist right here. So let's read it. He is, quote, us to you, not all people. Rather, they have the same skin tone or not, think the same, and odds are, no matter who you are, an overt sense of pride in one's race gives way to a sense of superiority and idealism. Thank you, Mr. Nathan Powell, for enlightening me because I didn't know about my own damn manhood and my own blackness. Thank you for enlightening me because I so needed a white man to explain it to me. It just, you know what? He doesn't even see his entitled white nature in this at all. But I'll continue. because I'm sure y'all hear it. Let's see. It's never good. Overt, being an important objective, pride is fine, but not when it leads to disdain or anti-anything. You called someone sticking up for his daughter a puppet. Yeah, bitch. I sure in the hell did. Take a good look in my face and think if I even question what the hell I said. This is real black content over here. Not that weak, buck-broken puppet that you sent me. See the difference? And just because I don't listen to none of that weak shit talk, that cowardly conversation, stay out of my damn DMs with that weak, sorry ass, we shall overcome shit, because I don't play that. Now, let's go on here, because mind you, I'm live right now, so your whole ass should be in my live. So, but since you wanted to now, I'm assuming you must be live, but chime in the chat. Don't shadow watch, because see, that's not respectable. And if you're going to do this, you could have put this on my page. But see, you're sitting up here harboring things. And these are these white people that be in these spaces, be around black musicians, and then all of a sudden think they're going to tell a black musician something about their blackness because somehow them being a musician put them in this black space. No, the hell it didn't. And I mean, anybody know me in this town, when I say it didn't, you know it didn't. Because ain't none of y'all in my, you can't even, none of you even come around me like that. So the fact that you even feel so damn comfortable to come in my inbox, it's just amazing to me. When I see y'all out in public, y'all got mouths closed. But y'all get over here and be, well, man, this and that and this and that. Yeah, whatever. And this other little bandana sock dancing idiot. Man, he up there in the Iceman, man. Right. Who running this? Weirdo. So you over here in a little town and they punking you, and you sitting out here in front of a bando with 2 garbage bags laying on the ground in front of you thinking you doing something, dancing to somebody else's song. A lot. How fitting is 2 garbage bags? For you and her, I guess. Anyway, about to pick up a book called Race Marxism. It's always so. See, now here's where this is leading into the part to where my intelligence is under his about our political play. Okay, so let's read, right? We all need to be careful. The people are getting effed with right now. No. Black people are still being murdered and always been murdered in the streets and always been gentrified and always been marginalized this whole time. Black folks. Also being denied justice. Emmett Till, black. Sandra Bland, black. Atiana Jefferson, black. Breonna Taylor, black. Eric Garner, black. List goes on, black. Kyle Rittenhouse, not black. See how that works? I don't need to pick up a book. And see here, family, what you're not really understanding is the point that I push critical race truthology. So what his issue is, man, we don't really need to be talking about all that white history. And, you know, it's true, but I mean, it's just divisive. The people are getting effed with right now. The next line is, hold on to your seats, ladies and gentlemen. Here, listen to this. Race is leveraged by our own common enemy. Gotta stop you there. We don't have a common enemy, sir. Our common enemy amongst black folks is the system of white supremacy. If you cannot address that as your enemy and willing to combat that as your enemy, then we do not have a common enemy. So I need to preface what I'm going to finish reading, but I have to address that. You did. The wealthy ruling class, oh, he's going into the classes and shit. The wealthy ruling class to pit people against one another. We should avoid playing into it. See, all of the stuff that I post and all of this I talk to, you still got this moron hit me in my inbox like this is a different nigga he just hit. Let me ask this dude, are you in my life right now? I mean, because you can't be serious. I might have to bring your ass in here and explain this foolery. Because again, family, I want y'all to understand, when you got people around you talking this type of bullshit, then y'all just, man, you ain't finna tell me about my history, homie. It's one thing that ain't gonna happen. And not only that, you ain't gonna dictate to me my future. I got children. I don't give about what you talking about. I got grown children at that. So I really don't give a damn about what you're talking about. Next could be grandchildren. So I really, really don't give a damn about what you're talking about. Simple as that. I mean, man. Here's the one thing, family. We are a group, and we're up here talking to each other, so he sees all of this black interaction that we have in our space. Mr. Nathan Powell, what the hell do you have to do with how we interact in our family? What does that have to do with you? And talking about, there's some kind of superiority. Are you in these spaces to know what black people are conversating about? No. So again, you're standing on the sidelines, and your best attempt at bringing me something was to tell me about another black man that you approved of. First off, before you think you're going to try to, because you don't teach me, I teach you. This our shit. You don't run nothing over here. Our history is our history, and what we're going to say and what we're going to proclaim about ourselves, our plight, our history, and our future, we dictate. We set that narrative and no one else. So you want to do that, do it somewhere else. Because right here is super black. I've never been anything less. Now, here's the thing. I can deal with everybody else, but everybody knows what my number one priority is. I deal with all kinds of people. All kinds of people. No problemo. Because I'm not a hateful individual. But I am a targeted, focused, loving individual for my people. And there ain't nothing wrong with that. See, here's where y'all got to accept with black folks in America. We have the right to love ourselves. Period. Period. And we got the right to love ourselves, communicate with one another without any outside entity involving themselves with what we believe whatsoever. Welcome to the new world, Mr. Nathan Powell. Be certain you want to send me a message in my inbox when you send me your one good Negro theory. Because I don't play that shit. I met one good nigga. He doesn't like CRT. I met one good nigga. Yeah, That tune's all right with me. Weirdos. Straight up weirdos, dude. Oh, Lord. And in the midst of, let me give you a nice light note. Because we finna bang on these white supremacists a little more after this. So, hold on to your hats. But this out of a page of brotherly love in the black community, because black is black and bliggity blig black, and black is black some more, and black, 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 black love and black, love, love and black, love and black, and black, black. Get it?
Yeah, see the drip. See the drip, bro. The drip? Mm-hmm. Drip.
That's dope. That's dope. We play that one more time. That's cool. Like, and I had growing up, I had a neighbor who was autistic, and his younger brother wasn't autistic. Because me and him was the same age. And just, seeing stuff like this, it's dope to me because, I know how it was just having an autistic neighbor and being around autism for a large part of my life, really, to be quite honest. So, that's a whole nother thing for me. In my upbringing, my black community, we don't make fun of disabled people. Making and going at people that's disabled, that ain't the thing we do. That, like, you really look down upon doing shit like that here. I guess they do that out in St. Louis. That must be cool. But just noticing how certain people think that I mean, just go ahead and be. Man, come on, man. It's cool to be cool. You did. It really is. Got enough dirt bags out here. He said, "Why you sounded like Louis Armstrong reincarnated singing that mess." Oh Lord, I'm telling you, man. People be like, "Hey, this guy is a safe black dude. Why don't you be like him, man?" I mean, man, like this guy, man, he's like really non-abrasive. He's black. And he doesn't make white people feel like at this ease, man. I mean, come on, dude. Well, we're going to get right on into the meat of the matter because we're going to finish out on Sha'Carri. So right now, we are going to just dive into today. Oh, but first, Nathan Powell. Prime example. I want you to pay good, close attention here, okay? Check this out. I want you to just listen and learn. And I want you to understand the damage of what white people being entrusted with anything black can do, okay? I just want just pay attention here, okay?
Y'all saw a high school had a walkout today, and this Lilith girl had said this.
I am so glad that years ago, Dr. Martin Luther King, the first black man, ended slavery. Because if not, people would be whipped every day for thousands.
I play that one more time, Nathan Powell, because here's the type of people that you say, well, they don't really need it. They might get a little different kind of indoctrination. Or they might just have the emancipation confused with the civil rights. This is why sometimes I say white folks really do need to have their hands off of shit. This is wild. See your children talking about our history.
Yulsoa High School had a walkout today, and this Lilith girl had said this.
I am so glad that years ago, Dr. Martin Luther King, the first black man, ended slavery. Because if not, people would be whipped every day with houses.
Martin Luther King was the first black. Well, first off, that's the first time I've ever heard in my lifetime that a black man ended slavery. Besides Haiti. Did she get the Haitian Revolution confused with civil rights? No. I mean, really though, what's she talking about? Oh man, yeesh. Oh, you said your young king was laughing since he knows the truth. I know that's right, Queen Adia. Oh my Lord. Man, who was Abraham Lincoln? He was the first president. He's on the $20 bill, right? Ooh, yes. Before I get into the Kim Potter deal, I almost forgot about this story here. Family, now y'all seen it. For those who follow me on Twitter, you know that I said something as soon as I saw this. Because you get these people over here, they make their career in sports interviewing a bunch of black athletes and all of this, right? And then as soon as they are old and haggard, then they start flipping. That's when they start flipping. Nameless nut. So, oh, I see old girl doesn't know about the 13th Amendment. Nameless nut. No, they do not. So, yes. This is a situation where Michelle Tafoya is going full Fox News now. So she ended her sports broadcasting career at the Super Bowl Sunday, which of course we noticed that a lot of white supremacists have had big issues with the Super Time halftime show just a week after celebrating Lion-ass Aaron Rodgers. And by the way, I'm a Green Bay Packer fan for quite some time. I actually did a movie with Reggie White called Reggie's Prayer. It went triple plastic. But, you know, it nonetheless, shock up on accomplishments. Got a movie under the belt. So, you know, but nonetheless, if you guys want to go see it, it's on YouTube. Reggie's Prayer. It's a very bad movie featuring Reggie White. He paid for it, so it was cool. Very bad movie. I just can't, you know, it is what it is. I'm in a couple scenes. I wrote a song, did a version of Sminglos featured in the movie. The other song they paid me for, they actually cut. So I got paid for something that never was heard. But hey, it's all good. So how old was I? 19. I think that boy said something about this man ain't creative. Whoops. My first recording was at 16. My first composer rights was 16. Weirdo. Shout out Terry Day.
Was a highly recognized reporter for NBC Sports. She covered hundreds of NFL games as a sideline reporter, including 5 Super Bowls. She worked at multiple Olympics. Doubtless you've seen some of her interviews over the years. Here's a sampler, including her coverage of the Super Bowl this past Sunday.
Aaron, obviously emotional. What's the immediate feeling you've got right now?
I'm just so happy. I wanted this so bad. I dreamed this, man. I dreamed this, and it's like It's surreal. Look at this.
Michelle Tafoya retiring from sportscasting. Michelle, we love you. You have been so much fun, and we'll hear a lot more from her. You and I don't know what the future holds, pal.
So that was Sunday. This is Wednesday. After nearly 30 years covering sports, Michelle Tafoya has decided to step away from NBC Sports. She said she made the decision wholly on her own. She was not forced out. And she's doing it because she wants to be in a role where she can speak openly. And there's nothing we're in favor of more.
The fact that she even had to say she wasn't forced out means she was forced out. Also, now she knows she has to go do the Stacey. She's white, so she could get away with doing this Stacey. What's that broad name? The one who was trying to list herself as white. Stacey Dash. Yeah. Oh yeah. Hold up. Openly about what? Let's just make this big on the screen, shall we?
More than that, we're honored to have Michelle Tafoya join us tonight to explain. Michelle, first of all, congratulations on this new chapter. What an interesting decision that you made. Why did you make it?
It's been on my mind for quite a while, Tucker. Thank you for having me. And no, NBC did not encourage this. They did not force this. This has been on my mind. I've been waking up every day with a palpable pull at my gut that my side, my view, my middle ground, kind of moderate viewpoint is not being represented.
Anti-blackness. Let's just keep it a buck.
To the rest of the world, I didn't feel. And so rather than, just banging it out on Twitter or Instagram every day, I thought, I've got to do something. I have benefited greatly from the American dream, and I feel like for the sake of my kids and because I so love this country, I've got to start giving back.
Okay. We're getting the warm up. Can y'all kind of feel where this is headed?
Boy, that is the best possible reason. So people who watch sports, of course, know you and have for many years. You went on The View recently, which is a slightly different venue for you. We have just a short clip, and I want to ask if this had some role in your decision. Here it is.
My kids in school, there is a big focus on the color of your skin.
How old are your children?
My children are now 16 and 13. Okay,
In what way?
It's been going on since they were in lower school, all right? And it is that there are affinity groups on campus for, my son's first best friend was a little African-American boy.
First off, let me say this. I call bullshit. Straight up. See, here's a whole nother thing. And and I know people who do this and being around, being around a liar, so having to be in such close proximity with such a devout liar in my life, I know when I'm hearing hogwash. And especially Desmond Works, you have made the Jumbotron, sir. Read it on the screen, family, what Desmond Works just told y'all. See, this is why we can't just willy-nilly, because he already coming with a thought of superiority and race, Mr. Nathan Powell. You got to understand it. See, this is the source of America's racism. White people. That's where it's stemmed. White supremacy is the order of the day. So as Desmond Works so eloquently put in 4 words, she don't like us. In the conversation. There is nothing to debate. Now she'll just get down to explaining how she's going to try to work her way into, yes, she's a white Latino. So she's going to work her way into these spaces. She's already talking white while being a Latino. Imagine that.
They were inseparable. Get to a certain age, they start having what's called an affinity group, which means you go for lunch and pizza with people who look like you. Suddenly, my son wasn't hanging out with him anymore. Why are we even teaching?
Bullshit. Bullshit. No, that did not happen. No, no, no. There is no school in America that would have an affinity group to where little white kids were excluded from being where they wanted to be. No. Nope. They're changing the entire algorithm of Instagram because little white girls are feeling insecure about having to compete with the beauty of black women. Sorry, but the thing that's popping on the algorithm over there on Instagram are black women, other ethnic women, food, travel, and little black babies. But I mean, hey, man, even on the little cute babies, there's an occasional white person, but you got to look at the birth rate statistics so you understand why there would be more healthy black babies. And so you would have about 50 black babies to one black baby, but that white baby's still cute. It makes the little cute baby page, right? Rayvon Johnson, what's going on, my brother?
That the color of the skin matters, because to me what matters is your character and your values.
Yes, but you know, you live in the United States. You know that color of skin has been mattering to people.
Can't we change it that it doesn't?
We need white people.
Now all of a sudden, Joy Behar swallowing her tongue about what she found so quickly to bring up when she was talking to Whoopi Goldberg. Well, there is white supremacy. She's shockingly quiet.
Will step up and do that.
But I think that they've been doing that since the Civil War, and I'm not saying it's perfect.
No, they haven't.
Wow, that was such a moderate thing to say, such a sensible thing to say, and yet it seemed like such a controversial thing. I thought that was really brave that you said that. What did you think of the reaction?
I'm just astonished that we're so looking in the rearview mirror and not absorbing the progress that we've made in this country and building on it. And
Nathan Powell, that shit right there that she just said, that is the problem. It is always a non-black person talking about how far we have came. See, it's always the person who is not on the receiving end of the dirt that's on TV telling you that the person receiving the dirt now is better. Oh, you still don't see them because you still see me. So that's not really proof in an altered situation or state for them, but I'm telling you that. Oh, Facebook. This is a frame of reference that you might not be aware of, except for my Foundational Black American group members who do follow me and Al-Qaeda line members who follow me there. I'm white and I say so is a rule of thumb with people like this. So not that I have to prove it. I could just say it. And because I'm white, it makes it so. See, that's what you try to do to me, Mr. Nathan Powell, is I'm white and I say so. So this is the way to move forward. No, see, here's how it works with me. If you want to move forward with me, we have a collective back and forth banter, a dialogue. You come to me like you're going to teach me something, you only going to get schooled and taught. because you are not on any learning level in this lane to teach anyone anything. All you can do over here is learn. But the arrogance of this deep down inherited superiority puts you in this position to think that your mind is somehow accelerated while your pineal gland is calcified. We mastered the mental and embarrassed brain over here, and for me, you are absolutely not ready.
Recognizing it. I don't think a person like Whoopi Goldberg would have had that role 50 years ago. She has that now. I mean, you and I know, Tucker, we could come up with a million examples. And it breaks my heart that my kids are being taught that skin color matters. And to me, if you want white people to step up, I was stepping up when I addressed the school and said, why are we having these picnics for families of color? Why are we separating our kids? If the world is integrated, let's continue that and have everyone.
What the hell is she talking about? If the world is integrated? What is she talking about? Onika Shalom. Miss Onika, you said you emailed me. I don't have no email from you. I've been waiting. I have no email from you, my sister. Good Lord. Y'all hear this? See, I mean, she's in the brother's face. Oh, man, you won. This is the big game, man. How you feel? Oh, I can't stand these damn monkeys. I mean, good grief. You just literally, so you know what this makes me think? She was probably one of the people sitting there silently resenting the halftime show, too. What y'all think?
Find out what we all have in common, not just what we have in common with people who look like us.
Man, I bet you $20 that 95% of Americans agree with what you just said. But to say that when you work at NBC Sports or any big media company really takes, I mean, you must have known that you would be attacked for defending the American ideal as you did. Why did you do that?
Because I don't care if I'm attacked. I really am not afraid of that. And I guess I feel like so many people now are afraid.
Yeah.
And I'm not. Listen, I know there are repercussions for whatever I choose to say. And I've talked to my kids' school about it. Please don't hold this against my kids. I'm speaking for me. I'm speaking for my family. But please don't hold this against my kids. But this is what I really believe. I think I speak for a lot of people, like you said, Tucker. And
no, ma'am. We still have Shabazz as fallen dead in 2021. No, ma'am. You jump off the porch, so do they. Our kids don't get that break. Tamir Rice. Because, see, we're talking about this political agenda. Tamir Rice and Emmett Till's cases were closed by Joe Biden's. That's Democrats. So whether you over there with Tucker being Trump, or you over there with Joe Biden being Joe Biden, brain dead black Biden sexual, either way, you ain't black first. So you're not about empowerment. And you have to now start figuring out, where are you actually politically, spiritually, and tribally? Because when the shit hits the fan, don't you want all of those little strong individuals that you look down upon to come rescue you? Or would you want all of your little tough gang members in your neighborhood to say, well, here comes the Klan. They coming to ride into town. Let's just go ahead and pick up and take our guns and just mosey on over here because this street wasn't ours. And we'll just go ahead and not pull our pants up and mosey on off the block and let these old niggas handle it. Don't that sound so much more ideal for you? You will wonder how we keep losing all of these young black folk. You confused Generation Old Negroes, the Congressional Black Caucus, who wanted to sit up here and worry about all this damn integration that you integrated your people's futures into the grave. Financial blackness. 6 feet in the dirt trying to climb out, and y'all can't figure out nothing to do but sit up there and try to put money in another group's pocket. It ain't enough that black folks here in America survived all of the things that they did, making something out of nothing, even surviving the Depression to come out to be what you seen me play here. What's it, $50 billion? In such a small percentage? The buying power of the smaller group outweighs everybody? And you can't figure out you need to be voting for your best interest. You're still supporting the world's economy today. And you got people like this gonna come out in your face, tell you what they want to do. And here's the truth. This woman has made her career being around black athletes. She gets the free access pass. This woman should have never had a career around any of these individuals. Now, after making her career off of the exploits of the $1 million slave plantations called professional sports, she now gets to get up here and start talking shit about their families. Because, see, here's another part about every football player, every basketball player, every baseball player that's foundational Black American. They got foundational Black American families. And a lot of us are family members of these people. Y'all don't give a damn about that. So when people come out here like, well, we got these sports players, so what? There's people, family members of mine on television right now as doctors. Right now. This me. Difference doesn't make. Not a damn one. Because none of that trickle over here. See, my great-grandfather had way too many damn kids for that to even mean anything for me. So, listen here. They got what they got going, and that's cool. But this woman has made her career, and your children have got a chance to do all of their upbringing outside of the realm of poverty, which majority of the people who are now, that this woman actually interviews, majority of their childhood was absolute poverty. Do y'all realize what I'm saying here? And we got these people over here who make buku bucks, who never had to put a cleat to field or lace up a high top, but makes their careers around Black athletes. And as soon as she is over the hill and weathered and haggard and no longer viably attractive for mainstream television, where do you go? Conservative row. And yeah, we find Michelle Tafar. And man, no shade, but doesn't it look like this woman aged like 20 years in the last 5 years? Or is it me? Man, I'm telling you, boy, not being able to get to some of that walnut sauce tears some of these people up, boy, ain't it? Well, that Epstein thing, boy, it threw a lot of y'all for the loop because a lot of y'all is looking worn out. See, when people say things are conspiracies, that's funny. Okay, well, let's see what y'all start looking like after that little endless supply runs out. Look at y'all now. And y'all see some of these people? Oh. Anybody want to know what I'm talking about? Go look at MC Chris. He did a song called I Want Candy for Adult Swim. It's on off of the MCP Pants episode of Aqua Teen Hunger Force. But it's a very interesting song if you ever want to know about walnut sauce. Oh, and also Takulu, the ancient demon trying to be released from hell. Project CERN and well, never mind. Just go check it out, And the reason why they sugar up kids. But so anyway, let's listen to more of this.
A lot of these people, my friends, are afraid to repost things that I've posted or get into political conversations. They are, and they've said it, I'm afraid. I don't want to get in these arguments with my friends, with my boss, with my colleagues.
I don't want to look racist, dude.
This is the most terrifying thing in the world to me right now, that people are afraid to talk. These are words coming out of our mouths. Yeah, yes. We could probably hurt people with our words. I acknowledge that.
Interesting part about what she's saying is this is actually her reasoning for being against CRT? Well, okay, so let me get this right, Michelle. So we can talk as long as we're not talking about Black history. So we can have a dialogue about how far we came as long as Black people don't talk about where we came from. So for those who did know what I'm white and I say so looks like,
but I get to choose my reaction to everybody's words. And everybody else gets to choose their reaction to my words. So they can choose to react to what I say. I'm going to choose to say what I believe and what I feel very strongly about. And I'm going to continue this. And this is the direction I'm headed.
I just love it so much. And I think personal bravery, like the kind that you have displayed and are displaying now, is deeply inspiring to people and comforting and really is the answer to where we are. So thank you for what you're doing. Michelle.
I hope people will join me. I hope people will join me, Tucker.
Well, if you keep doing it, people will. So that's why it's so great to see it. Thank you. Hey, Sean Hannity.
For those of you who've been following me for a while, y'all already know I did a broadcast about this. Man. I mean, it's just so, I guess for me, it's amazing to me when I see stuff like this, because I'm used to seeing that type of blatant, like, anti-Blackness wrapped in subtlety. And I'm also used to seeing how Black folks probably don't really understand what they're saying as well. But unfortunately, there's just a few that would like to be consumed in other things. Like, prime example. Today, one of the biggest cases right now, aside from Ahmaud Arbery's situation right now, is the Kim Potter. Well, Kim Potter murders Dante Wright, gets 24 months. So she'll be doing 12 and some change, I guess. So about 12 months and 3, because she also already has a month and a half of time served. That, they'll probably max that out. So yeah, she'll probably do about 12, maybe 12 months, maybe 12 and a half months. because she got 16, so she probably do 12 and a half. She'll be out in 12 and a half. So that's basically a year and a couple weeks for murder. And see, here's what's so bad about black folks. Black folks actually look down on the person like Dante. See, and this is where I gotta put the onus on the church age crowd. People like Dante don't even matter to y'all until they dead. They were supposed to be mattering to you when they were little kids in your churches. But see, when you ran all your people off because you didn't like what they were doing and you couldn't get with the time change. Wondering why in 2022 attendance ain't the same and no young people want to be around a bunch of old messy ass niggas? Of course not. We dealing with real serious business out here. Y'all still over here playing games. And on top of that, family, I'm going to keep it 1,000. I heard a preacher in Black History Month mention everything that black people face with the exception of absolute anti-black violence and propaganda, which is the biggest thing that black people face. It is not a damn pandemic unless you're calling white supremacy a pandemic. But I'm getting real sick and tired of hearing niggas talking that shit with a collar on. You need to be slapped. The church used to be the basis of right fighting. Now y'all just cowards. Absolute cowards. And I have no respect for that. You can't even come out of your mouth to talk about, matter of fact, the only thing this nigga did say was, we don't have to worry about racism. And then after that, also turn around and praise Anthony Fauci. Boy, if you don't know what it didn't take to make me keep me on them drums. Jesus ain't gonna help you here, my nigga. This is Portland. Take that somewhere else. Oh boy. So and these are just the things that, because I mean, yeah, y'all may say, hey man, but that's a church. I don't give a damn. I don't give a damn. To keep it quite honest, this nigga dead, so I can say it now. This before I called my case, there was a cat that was talking crazy to me off in his own pastor's office. Now to tell him, say nigga, something wrong with you? If you ever talk to me like that again, we gonna be moving some furniture up in this bitch. I'm in the church office. You gonna talk to no grown man like that, like this, like Jesus gonna protect? Like I give a damn? You better look at this man that's in front of your face and respect it. You said you need a palate cleanse from that tobacco. Man. Well, before I can get there, I have to show you about what these ignoramuses ended up doing today. So this is some other buck-broken dude that's on the Obama team. And yo, man, I'm telling y'all black Biden-sexuals, man, y'all got a hell of a time coming. Here's another thing, too, real quick. If y'all have noticed, they're now starting to show the pandemic tree of what the main thing is. So when I first told people that I was a carrier and I couldn't get any jabs because I'm an actual carrier because I've actually had the original sickness, meaning I'm a carrier, meaning you could get antibodies from me, but you can't give me anything to protect me from what you got. Couldn't register to people because Anthony Fauci on TV had niggas so goddamn gone that now doctors, real doctors, are actually coming back out and saying, yeah, no, this is how it works. And you actually have people telling me like what my doctor told me was wrong because if this is what they heard on TV. And then somebody else said, I did my research. Dr. Kizmikia was involved with it. I thought people were smart. I've been so flabbergasted. I thought people were smart, y'all, until this thing came on. It's like all they had to do was wheel out this African in front of you and wipe her social media to where she was talking greasy about black folks. But I get, oh, well, it's neither here nor there. Booster, man. Jesus. Anyway, in Detroit, the Democratic Party, once again, winners, man. Damn Dante Wright and all of that justice. We're going to go up here and pander for equal rights, man.
Hey, everyone. Michael Regan here, Administrator of the United States Environmental Protection Agency. Listen, thanks for joining us today in Detroit. From protecting safe drinking water to investing in climate-resilient infrastructure and cleaning up pollution, the Biden administration is delivering for communities. We're excited. We're going to keep grinding. Thanks for being with us. Let's go.
You literally, and this is the White House put this out. Like an hour after the verdict came out, the White House puts this out. Man, the Biden administration, is you kidding? This is so terrible, family. All of y'all who voted for Joe Biden, man, y'all are eating crow. Or either you just in denial. But I mean, man, I'm going to tell you how us people over in the black first space looking at Biden sexuals right now. You looking right now like this cat here, man.
That nigga is guilty.
Sir, settle down. You have to go deliberate.
I don't need to deliberate. Hang that nigga now. I got the rope right here.
But I mean, shoot, man. But man, what's better, man? I mean, the only thing we could do, man, is the better of two evils.
Let's really be clear about that. So I'm not going to sit here and say I'm going to do something that's only going to benefit black people. No.
No, I'm going to do everything to benefit the other people who come over here and start talking to you like this.
You guys are not oppressed. You're lazy. That's all it is. Go get jobs. Work. I am oppressed. The white people are oppressing me. Why are they to oppress you?
Man, this is the weekly wrap up, man. We're going to be right back.
Tick faster. That'll be the hour they knock the slick blaster. Dick dastardly, a Muttley with sick laughter. A gunfight and they come to cut the mix master. And living the true gods. Giving y'all nothing but the lick like two broads. Got more lyrics than the church got ooh lords. And they hold the mic at your attention like two swords. Or you the one with two blades on it. Hey you, don't touch the mic like it's AIDS on it.
Oh, man, I had to give y'all a little bit of break because, family, we got to get into it. So brace yourselves, brace yourselves, brace yourselves. Whew. This is going to be rough. I'm just warning you. I'm warning you right flat out. This one's going to be a little rough. So, yeesh.
Okay, Ms. Potter, would you like to address the court? Please go to the podium and you may remove your mask.
Thank you. For the family of Dante, right?
sorry that I brought the death of your father.
Okay, Miss Potter, my court reporter can't hear you. So
thank you. To the family of Dante, right? I am so sorry that I brought the death of your son, father, brother, uncle, grandson, nephew, and the rest of your family to your home. Katie, I understand a mother's love, and I am sorry I broke your heart. My heart is broken for all of you. Earlier, when you said that I didn't look at you during the trial, I don't believe I had a right to. I didn't even have a right to be in the same room with you. I am so sorry that I hurt you so badly. My heart is broken and devastated for all of you. I pray for Dante and all of you many, many times a day. He is not more than one thought away from my heart, and I have no right for that, for him to be in my heart. I do pray that one day you can find forgiveness, only because hatred is so destructive to all of us. And that I pray peace will always be with you and your family. Again, I am so sorry. And to the community of Brooklyn Center, I do owe you an apology too. I loved working for you. And I am sorry what has happened to our community since the death of Dante. And the men and women who work for you still are good, honorable people, and will work hard for you. Thank you, Your Honor.
thank you, Miss Potter.
Step back, I look over my shoulder, and Mr. Rosenbaum was now running from my right side.
You ain't got to lie, Craig. You ain't got to lie.
And I was cornered from in front of me with Mr. Zeminski, and there were
Today, Junior?
there were 3 people right there.
Take a deep breath, pal.
That's what I... That's where I run.
Boy, if you don't get out of here. Get out of here, man. Shit, I'm saying.
Hear the music.
I'm Marquis, baby. Marquis, baby.
Wait, the music's gone.
People right there.
Hold up.
People right there.
Hold up.
People right there.
Hold up.
People right there. People right there. People right there. Right there. Right there.
Hold up.
People right there.
Lordy me. The church thing is just so hilarious, ain't it? Oh, man. But you know how we got to do the show. So we're going to dig a little more in because I want to go into the judge and play a little bit of her. Then we're going to talk a little bit about the Olympics and Sha'Carri Richardson and her situation. But before we do, I understand somebody said that there was no creativity and their content was being stolen. Well, I guess we can help people out. And, every now and then, you just got to remind people where you're from. And I'm a good West Coast boy, born, bred, and raised. You dig? So again, for those who have heard it, for those who are on Facebook, and for those, especially for those of you on Facebook who know Black Rome, turn your speakers up. Because this is one you ain't heard in a minute. If you from the town, you already know what's happening. So if you from California, Atlanta, Texas, and of course Portland, Seattle, Las Vegas, then y'all might have heard this tune before, and y'all probably still got this in y'all. Y'all probably still bumping this. But for all the rest of the people, this is Black Rome, a.k.a. Rome Rilla, with Jay Lane and myself. You could push me off a cliff. We always gonna land on this beat. This is Beat House for life, baby.
You know how to smile when you're swallowing pain and how to turn it into fuel for success and gain. I know the process, homie, at a young ass age. Boy, shut up with that crime, put some game on the page. Had to live it to learn it, and when I learned it, I loved it. Childhood kinda shaky, made me hungry and bugging. These are the things that contribute to the man that I am. Scatterbrain type of teenager with no real plan for what I grew to be. An opportunist of sorts. I know they coming to get me cause I was true in the court. I got no time to explain, I keep it simple and plain. The objective is gain and man, stay out of chains. You can push me off a cliff and I'm gonna land on this beat. I can push you off a curve, you probably land on your teeth. I get my cash from the streets. Just believe me and my lyrics, but we hungry and we about to eat. You can push me off a cliff and I'm gonna land on this beat. I can push you off a curve, you probably land on your teeth. I get my cash from the streets. Just believe me and my lyrics, but we hungry and we about to eat. I got the name Black Monkey, selling dope in the dark. Everything I ever done was done by focusing hard. But sad to say on better things, I had to get me some money. So at times I did shit that wasn't cool or funny. Infected and affected from my time as a youth. And if you feeling how I felt and what I'm talking to you, downtown, trying to scheme, steady dreaming and cream, stingy with conversation, homie. If you ain't on my team, on promotion, so talking folks and villains know I be closing. Why you bragging and boasting? You know you salted the lotion. You need to quit it, use the grit. You ain't never been there. Give me the end, I do my thing and dog, I'm everywhere. And you can push me off a cliff and I'm gonna land on this beat. I can push you off a curve, you probably land on your teeth. I get my gas from the streets. Just believe me and my lyrics, but we hungry and we bout to eat. And if you push me off a cliff and I'm gonna land on this beat, I can push you off a curve, you probably land on your teeth. I get my gas from the streets. Just believe me and my lyrics, but we hungry and we bout to eat. My lyrics will make your mom show your ass in the streets. Some CS like Jay Lane with these nasty beats. My partner lace me, place me in a spot I can flourish. Had me tracks made a bomb and told me Black Room is burning. I had no choice to start spitting. Hate the smell of this venom. Try to copy one word, it's like it's chewing on denim. All I'm in them like tapeworms. Hell, I'm hotter than 8 perms. You need a PC in cause them killers was fit to take turns. You can push me off a cliff and I'm gonna land on this beat. I can push you off a curve, you probably land in your teeth. I get my gas from the streets and just believe me and my lyrics, but we hungry and we bout to eat. And you can push me off a cliff and I'm gonna land on this beat. I can push you off a curve, you probably land in your teeth. I get my gas from the streets and just believe me and my lyrics, but we hungry and we bout to eat.
All right, put myself back in the screen. I thought I was back. My bad, y'all. All right, so we are back. Pride Bentley, welcome, welcome. Hey, hey. How are you doing, my good sister? And, you know, let me just say, I really appreciate all my East Coast viewers. Y'all some night riders, and I really appreciate y'all hanging out with me because it's like middle of the night when we wrap it up. So let me get this guy in here. So this doctor, he had a take on the because if some people may have been listening, and this is another thing, pay attention to what's going on in all of these legal situations. So Joe Biden's DOJ tried to make a backdoor deal without Ahmaud Arbery's parents knowing the truth of the nature of the deal. Then after that came out, they'd still try to push it forward anyway, which was wrong. But, you know, now you seeing what's coming out in this case. This that's coming out in the Ahmaud Arbery case of just how way over the top racist these people were. It says a lot about what the hell was this woman thinking and gonna have the nerve to try to say this is justice for Ahmaud Arbery to try to get them do some kind of backdoor plea deal to give them a cushier place to be. That's ridiculous. So check this out. This is a certain, like I keep saying, we definitely need our own black hospitals. That's for damn sure. Because I don't feel safe around this dude.
Hi, I'm Dr. Scott Johnson, and I'm running to be next governor of Minnesota. I want to talk about our freedom. I want to start with the people who signed the Declaration of Independence. If you haven't done any studying on those folks, you should see what they put themselves through to put their signature on that declaration. They oftentimes were killed for it at some point in time. Their families were brutalized, bullied, mocked. This was a big deal. Well, let's fast forward. We have had the opportunity to enjoy a lot of freedom, in large part because we have policemen and women who are out there protecting our streets. Yes, problems occur. They always do. Being a human is messy. But I really feel like we are at a crossroads right now because we have judges, and we've always relied on the judicial branch to be this voice of wise application of constitutional principles. But I don't think that's happening. I honestly think we have judges that politically pander to the winds of what's going on in the world around them.
That means to the justice of black folks.
It made me sick to see a good policewoman, Kim Potter, not allowed to be with her family for Christmas. And yet those same judges would allow hardened, repeat felons to get out of prison for something far less significant. And sometimes those felons didn't even come back. I think we need to push back against our judges. We can't afford to have our judicial system invaded by the political winds. We need our judges to be better than that.
Interesting enough, he's actually here caping for Kim Potter, right? Kim Potter wanted to be out on bail, released to go home after her conviction, correct? So either he has a problem with it or he doesn't. Or maybe he's just referring to a specific group.
And we don't need a bunch of liberal judges that are interested in commuting a sentence from 10 years.
Wait a minute. We don't need liberal judges? What's that mean? What does we don't need liberal judges mean? Wait a minute. Hold on. Do that again. Hold on. Wait a minute.
We can't afford to have our judicial system invaded by the political winds. We need our judges to be better than that. And we don't need a bunch of liberal judges that are interested in commuting a sentence from 10 years down to 4 months.
He's literally saying this, caping for Kim Potter. Wow. I mean, we don't have any need for liberal judges. That means we need hard up on black people. And like I've been telling y'all, family, here in my city, again, Church Negroes on Facebook, stop getting in front of the cameras trying to make all gun violence about black people. Gun violence in Portland, Oregon is not all black people. It's mostly white on white crime. And they want to make us the face of gun violence. So every time they talk about what to do, they start going to the ecumenical ministers, meaning the black ministers, to all of a sudden start talking about how do we fix the problem. Well, y'all in the church, y'all don't fix a problem on the street because y'all not touching the street. Simple. It ain't for you to do.
And the prosecuting attorneys are problematic as well. But let's remember, it started with the signers of the Declaration of Independence, and it's been continued because of the hard work of police officers. The Kim Potter situation, if I become governor, you can mark my words. I will be looking seriously at commuting her sentence. Thank you.
So he's ignoring her conviction to still look at her as a police officer. So what he's telling you is, if he's elected, he's going to commute her sentence. If I didn't know any better, somebody would say that, well, that's a clear dog whistle. I guess you're looking for the 3%ers to come back you, aren't you? Like, you know, and so now what are the Biden sexuals going to say now? Now that you are having other, well, Trump just inspired him. Okay, well, Trump was, up until running against Hillary Clinton, was the Clintons' biggest donor, besides like Warren Buffett. We want to talk dollars and cents in politics, let's talk it. Donald Trump was a long-standing Democrat. Y'all was riding just fine with him, cool. Going to all these Democratic conventions with Donald Trump and sitting up there with Al Pimp pictures and Al Sharpton, they kicking it. It's all good, right? Al Sharpton worked at 30 Rock. But somehow black folks still trust him. This Negro literally works in the Rockefellers building, and you, nothing, it just goes over everybody's head, I guess. No, that means he know he in. You know what building he walk into every day? You think they don't have them a set aside large floor or 2 or 3 off up in that building? You out your mind. See, outside of that, then, you know, you said Al's a pimp. You know, no, Al's a snitch. Al's a rat. Al ain't no pimp, he a rat. See, when you got people like that that are rats, you know, you always can look for a rat because a rat is going to be a liar. Liar going to be a thief. They're all interchangeable. So, you know, that's like, you know, what you see with the sock dancer. Liars are obvious. They're not hard to find. And then, like what y'all saw me do so much, and that's why I had, like, while I was live, if he was really feeling any kind of way, he could have called my phone and didn't. That's why I didn't block him. But that was the whole point of why I did that. Because I know what people like that have to now relegate themselves to. I got to go do videos and try to tap somebody to talk about me. Didn't work out that way, though, did it, buddy? Woo! Shiesty niggas. So anyway, Nicole Johnson in the house. Hey, hey. So I got my royal court members off in the house tonight. I got to show you this disrespectful judge, though. Let me see. Let me get this. First, let me play this. No. No. No, I'll do this first. I think this is it. Yeah.
Oh, you figured it out. Okay. Turning to defendant's request for a dispositional departure, there is no question that Ms. Potter is extremely remorseful. She showed that.
Disclaimer, family. Most of this honorary Aryan splaining for Kim Potter that you're about to hear, I should have warned you that you might have a Onika. You might have a nausea. You might get nauseous at all of this caping for this murder that this woman is finna do. And it's going to really piss you off when we get to the part to where she start talking to his family. Just warning you.
Today she showed that when it happened. It is also beyond dispute that she is particularly amenable to probation. But the court retains the discretion to make departure decisions independently. The court is not required to depart even where mitigating factors are present, and that's set forth in State v. Birch, 689 Northwest 2nd, 276, affirmed by the Supreme Court, 707 Northwest 2nd, 660. This has been an extremely difficult decision. In making my decision, I look to the purposes of incarceration. There are 4: retribution, incapacitation, deterrence, and rehabilitation. 3 of the 4 would not be served.
All right. Facebook people. See, I didn't have that luxury. No, not at all. Matter of fact, what the state was going for was mandatory time. They wanted mandatory time. They wanted to try to give me 15 years for defending myself, if you didn't know the first time. Then it was 15 years. Then it was 11 years. Did you know that? For literally defending myself from a person who's in my paperwork saying I was attacking him from behind. And then he shot me with his legal registered weapon. Meaning I wasn't a criminal to begin with. So they had to clearly make me a felon, because you can't have any type of militant, radical-minded black man defending himself out here in these streets against white supremacists. But it's interesting how I'm hearing all of these. At 41, they were coming into court talking about how I was escalating with no record. This woman has actually been involved in the murder of somebody before. And then told these people to turn their cameras off. How was she not a problem? But, oh man, wow. Boy, this one thing I just can't seem to wash off. I know how some of y'all think that that's not really the case, but man, you might want to get those lead pipes changed in your house, man, and get that paint stripped out because it's really tore your brain up because your comprehension skills are zero.
In this case, incapacitation refers to the physical removal of a convicted person to prevent them from committing future crimes. That is not an issue in this case. Kimberly Potter does not present a danger of future crimes, obviously. Deterrence refers to the prevention of future crime and the idea that those who have committed crimes will be discouraged from reoffending after experiencing punishment. That purpose would not be served here. Rehabilitation is also not a purpose that would justify incarceration in this case. Ms. Potter does not require rehabilitation to become a law-abiding citizen.
Wow, man, that is just interesting, man, because when I was going through this, all they were doing, I mean, I got these idiots walking around here now. Oh, not to mention, there was a real smart one that thought that they would give my wife, while I was gone, a card about, recovery. She asked him, said, where'd you get that? He's not in there for recovery. Yes, he is. My wife didn't know where I was gone, but this woman who gonna tell her, handing her this disrespectful ass recovery card, gonna tell her that she know where I'm gone over what my wife said. Church niggas. Messy ass niggas.
Retribution, or serving time as a way for a convicted person to pay for the harm inflicted on a victim, is the sole purpose that applies in this case. And in this case, a young man was killed because Officer Potter was reckless. There rightfully should be some accountability. Sentencing guidelines are just that. They are guidelines that inform a judge regarding.
Don't it just sound like she warming up to just let her off? I mean, the way she talking, I wouldn't be surprised if she just didn't say time served here. Just going home. You've been through enough. Thank you for your service, by the way. I mean, damn. As a father and having a child around that age, at this point, I think I'm already on some shit. Because this woman here, she's given every reason why she's finna sit up here and shortchange the justice on your child, man. Oh, man. Shout out to that family that was able to keep it together, because I'm just hearing some bullshit.
Sentencing for various crimes, they are not set in stone. The court has the discretion to depart from guidelines depending on the particular facts of a case. A downward durational departure is justified if a crime is less onerous than typical. Put another way, if the conduct is significantly less serious than that typically involved in the commission of the crime,
Only when it's us is taking our lives, or taking a life being lost, so calmly rationalized. no harm, no foul. Yeah, I mean, it kills your son. But, she's a good person. Yeah, she has kids who are grown. I mean, you keep talking about her as a parent. My children were still in school. Nobody gave a damn about that. Matter of fact, I even had a reputable individual speak on file in my sentencing. Guess what everybody starts saying? Oh man, my hands are tied. Oh man, my hands are tied. You really don't belong here, but my hands are tied. Oh, this is wrong, but my hands are tied. You getting railroaded, but my hands are tied. But I'm a white woman who has known the difference between a Glock and a taser, took someone's life versus a person who was defending themselves as a civilian against a would-be attacker legally. And somehow they look to make me a criminal. But I'm hearing so much somber stuff about this woman who, oh yeah, by the way, ain't too far an age difference from me. Let's put it all in perspective, family. Church niggas. So if you wonder, can you ask me anything? Hell no. Kiss my ass.
Sentencing below the guidelines is justified. I find the facts and circumstances here justify a downward departure from the guidelines. First, Officer Potter's conduct was significantly less serious than your typical manslaughter case. The misdemeanor predicate for the manslaughter count was reckless handling or use of a firearm. Here, everybody agrees, and the evidence is undisputed, that Officer Potter never intended to use her firearm. She mistakenly drew her firearm at all times, intending to use her taser. There were police officers and experts who testified to the use of her taser.
If that was the case, how did she get convicted? Here's the point. They didn't believe that. So I want y'all to pay close attention. Everything she is saying is what the jury didn't believe. Y'all understanding that? Silver Tulip, what's going on? So you have a whole jury say, we do not believe this. This was reckless. Okay. But yeah, she definitely had to know the difference. Okay, and it was reckless, but nonetheless, she still has to eat the charge. But now, all of a sudden, with a person in the grave. Remember the sister that got shot in the back by the other police officer? They waited to press charges against the police officer until they could get that black woman up there, so the police officer, the white woman, could cry to her and say how sorry she was, and they apologized, and now they declined to even press charges on this woman being shot in the back 6 times. Listen to this damn judge. This is our judicial system. And what Joe Biden wants to do is bring this woman in here who can't even say that this happens. It's happening right before our face, and you can't do it in 2022. And then we're going to say, oh, it's a black woman, the first black woman on the Supreme Court. She's black. Biden sexuals, especially you on Facebook. I want you to understand that is symbolic gestures for no one other than the people who believe it to be so. Every last pic of Joe Biden's has a white spouse or no spouse at all.
Was reasonable and appropriate under the circumstances presented for officer safety reasons. The fact she never intended to draw her firearm makes this case less serious than other cases. Second, the scene was
You're going to hear that line again.
tense and rapidly evolving. Officer Potter was required to make a split-second judgment. That constitutes a mitigating circumstance. Finally, unlike other...
No, she was never in danger, ma'am. And we have already cleared that. That's why the jury said what they were, because they understood she was never in danger. So what I want y'all to take note of, this woman is literally making a judgment against what the jury already have determined. I think Professor Black Truth made a tweet like right before I came live, talking about this is absolute jury nullification. So the jury says, yes, we believe this, that. And this woman is literally walking down an explanation on why she's dismantling their verdict. It's incredible.
Other manslaughter 1 cases, Officer Potter's actions were not driven by personal animosity toward Dante Wright. Instead, she was acting in the line of duty.
Sugar Jones, my brother, boy, I don't know, Terrence, if you watching, fam, my brother did 6 years. 6 years on a manslaughter. Manslaughter, what, 3? She got manslaughter 1. Manslaughter 1. This is absolutely called I'm white and I say so. And she's I'm wanna be white, but I still say so because she's white and I say so. Ooh-wee. Ain't that a cold twist, Sugar Jones?
In effectuating a lawful arrest. This case is highly unusual. The other officer cases tried in this court are distinguishable. This is not a cop found guilty of murder for using his knee to pin down a person for 9.5 minutes as he gasped for air. This is not a cop found guilty of manslaughter for intentionally drawing his firearm and shooting across his partner and killing an unarmed woman who approached his squad.
Muhammad Noir, you still get thrown under the bus by your local elected officials. Woo-wee. Negro wake-up call Somalian style, brother. Gee.
This is a cop who made a tragic mistake. She drew her firearm thinking it was a taser and ended up killing a young man. Ms. Potter, will you please rise? Given all these considerations and having carefully considered the comments of the family of both Dante Wright and the comments of Kimberly Potter, as well as the arguments of counsel, it is the sentence and judgment of this court that you shall be committed to the custody of the Commissioner of Corrections for a period of 24 months. You shall serve 2/3 of that time, or 16 months in prison, and 1/3 on supervised release, assuming no disciplinary offenses or conditional release violations. You have credit for 58 days already served. Restitution will be reserved.
So, family, we got to explain something to you what that. Y'all may think 58 days means 58 days. I guess this is the good part when you're incarcerated, though. If you're incarcerated before you are convicted, then your time served is literally credited day for day. So if you did a month, you get, it's 50%. So you'll get half a month. So now you have a month credit time served. You actually have a month and a half time served. So she has 58 days. It's almost, well, it's too shy of 2 months. So yeah, like I said, she's going to do about 12 months and 2 weeks. It's about the long and short of her time. She is going to do less time than I did for a body. And I shot a person that went and had pizza that night. Imagine that.
There'll be a fine of $1,000 and a surcharge of $78 to be taken out of prison wages or due within 180 days. You must provide a DNA sample. You may not use or possess any firearms, ammunition, or explosives. You have the right to appeal the conviction and sentence. If you are unable to pay the cost of an appeal, you may apply for leave to appeal at state expense by contacting the state public defender.
Now, here's another thing what they just said about that. Now, you can get an appeal real quick if you're paying for your lawyer. If she has a state-funded lawyer and gets a real quick appeal, the fix is in, you know. So, yeah, that's something to keep an eye on. And this is, pretty much what I wanted to show you about that. Because wait. No, it ain't. No, it ain't. Hold on.
You may be seated, Ms. Potter.
Yeah. Okay.
I'd like to make a few parting comments.
Hold on to your seats, ladies and gentlemen.
There will be those who disagree with the sentence that I granted a significant downward departure does not in any way diminish Daunte Wright's life. His life matters.
Yes, it does.
And to those who disagree and feel a longer prison sentence is appropriate, as difficult as it may be, please try to empathize with Ms. Potter's situation.
Family. Did y'all just hear that? Did you hear that? Please try to empathize with your son's killer's situation. Let's just go back just a little bit, because this is what the United States judicial system thinks of black folk.
To appeal the conviction and sentence. If you are unable to pay the cost of an appeal, you may apply for leave to appeal at state expense by contacting the state public defender. You may be seated, Ms. Potter. I'd like to make a few parting comments. I recognize there will be those who disagree with the sentence that I granted a significant downward departure does not in any way diminish Daunte Wright's life. His life mattered. And to those who disagree and feel a longer prison sentence is appropriate, as difficult as it may be, please try to empathize with Ms. Potter's situation. As President Barack Obama once said, learning to stand in somebody else's shoes, to see through their eyes, that's how peace begins. And it's up to you to make that happen. Empathy is a quality of character that can change the world. Officer Kimberly Potter was trying to do the right thing. Of all the jobs in public service, police officers have the most difficult one. They must make snap decisions under tense, evolving, and ever-changing circumstances. They risk their lives every single day in public service. Officer Potter made a mistake that ended tragically.
Why the hell is she crying? This is shameful. This is shameful. So for all y'all people who out there, man, if you wasn't doing wrong, then they ain't gonna come get you. You ain't doing nothing wrong. This woman murdered a whole young black man, a father, a son, and he ain't coming back and he can't see his son graduate from nothing. Why? Because this woman says she can't understand the difference between a taser and a Glock. But she's the training officer. So now what do you propose to do for the people in Minnesota who are on the street with all of these officers trained by somebody who can't distinguish a taser from a Glock? Oh, I know what they'll do. Hey, Biden sexuals, what do you think? Give the police more money. Because, see, if y'all remember, before Joe Biden got elected, all the people who were out there talking about Black Lives Matter were also talking about defund the police. What happened? Oh, Black Lives Matter came up $91 million in a year. Oh, yeah, that makes sense. What did they fund? Oh, man, that's right. Imagine that. Joe Biden's campaign. So you want to tell me that Joe Biden's worth a damn when Joe Biden literally made his money for his campaign off of dead black bodies and won't do a damn thing for those black families? Right. That's better than Trump. Okay. Sure. You got it.
She never intended to hurt anyone. Her conduct cries out for a sentence significantly below the guidelines. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Kelly.
Ladies and gentlemen, you have just witnessed the magic of white women tears. And you know, I guess now that tells me now we are falling back on old reliable of the United States of America when it comes down to doing stuff against black folks. We are truly coming back into our own, aren't we? I mean, boy, oh boy, oh boy. Black codes are alive and well. You know, I mean, I just wonder. You know, it just makes you think. It's sometimes how things can happen out here. It makes you wonder. I don't know what would ever give that impression. But man, could somebody possibly be lying or fronting on somebody? Or who knows? You dig? And then you see stuff like that. So, well, yikes. And then, of course, there's that. Excuse me. And that. So, you know, just put it in perspective of when people are talking about how sincere Kim Potter was when she was talking. Yeah, I know you would like us to believe that. Yep. See, there you go. See, we've seen this before. And so for us in this more critical thinker space, you know, hey man, we got to do things a different way here, you dig? So let's look at, because I mean, crying, man, but the crying white woman thing has been pretty big here, hasn't it? Let's see. Yes, okay, this is what I want. So that judge just totally screwed their family over. And, you know, again, people keep with, and I was, remember, for those of y'all who have been here, when the Kim Potter thing, when she was crying, I did a broadcast then. And we pointed out how fake she was. She was just as fake, and that's why I played the Kyle Rittenhouse. So we over here at in the New Black Media, we definitely knew that she was full of crap. But, you know, now if black folks, I better not see no black folks out there talking about, man, she really was feeling sorry for her. But no, she wasn't. She was feeling sorry as Amber Geiger was. Amber Geiger felt so sorry that she has already lost 2 appeals already since her conviction. That's how sorry and remorseful she feels. Y'all better get off that.
Committee has responded to American track and field star Sha'Carri Richardson's claims of a double standard in the games. Richardson has criticized the committee's decision to allow Russian figure skater Kamila Valieva to compete in the Beijing Olympics following a positive drug test. Whereas in the summer of 2021, Richardson was not allowed to compete in the Tokyo Olympics following her positive drug test. On Wednesday, IOC spokesperson Mark Adams said during a press conference that the 2 incidents could not be compared, adding that every case is very different. He went on to say that since Richardson had tested positive quite a way ahead of the Tokyo Games, it allowed the United States Anti-Doping Agency to deal with her case. Adams also told reporters that he was focused on the well-being of Valieva during this tough time. On Thursday, amid the controversy,
that part just keeps killing me, man. Because they keep talking about the well-being of this person. We were just talking about a 3-year-old earlier in this broadcast. I mean, so now all of a sudden, but oh man, it's 15-year-old white girl. Oh, goddamn, we got to make sure she's all right. Shit. Good grief.
Valieva landed just one of her 3 planned quads during the women's free skate in the singles figure skating competition. She had taken to the ice already in the lead after the women's tour program, but earlier in the free skate, she fell to the ice. On her final quad jump, she fell again. After the performance, Valieva was visibly emotional. Earlier this week, before she took to the ice, it was announced by the Court of Arbitration for Sport that the 15-year-old figure skater would be allowed to compete, despite having tested positive in December for the banned substance trimetazidine, which is a heart medication. The ruling cited her status as a protected person because she is a minor. The CAS also said that it considered the, quote, irreparable harm it would cause Valieva if she was prevented from competing. Richardson, who is 21 years old, won the women's 100.
it would cause irreparable damage. It just kills. How? If she can't compete because she was caught? Because, I mean, what are you going to do? Her appeal what? She got dirty P. What is to appeal? So, see, here's what they keep trying to do. If y'all noticing this, and this is real scumbaggish of them too, because now instead of giving Sha'Carri the props of just coming clean, they're trying to vilify Sha'Carri for coming clean while trying to make this girl's circumstance absolutely different because she's lying about it. But you already been caught with dirty piss. That man, please.
100-meter race at the U.S. Olympic track and field trials over the summer. However, she lost her placement on Team USA after testing positive for THC, a chemical in marijuana. Earlier this week, Richardson made the claims of a double standard on Twitter. She tweeted asking for a, quote, solid answer as to how the two athletes' situations are different, adding, quote, the only difference I see is I'm a black lady. In a follow-up tweet, she said, it's all in the skin, adding that THC is not a performance enhancer. The runner continued tweeting the comparisons between her and Valieva's situations, and then stated, not one black athlete has competed while having an ongoing case.
But it's so different. Yeah, I think we're kind of acknowledging the difference. Right. Let's not forget, in America, the American Doping Agency is still testing for marijuana. Why? Anti-Doping Agency of America, whoever the hell they go by. Why are they testing for that when it's legal in most states? And you have your president, Joe Biden, passing out free, safe smoking kits. So you could go smoke crack, meth. You can get your Hunter Biden on. Maybe crush up some pills. Because it's not just a crack pipe. Now, it has interchangeable mouthpieces and wipes, and you can clean it up, and it even comes with a screen. Because, at first they were saying, no, it's not a crack pipe in it. It's not a crack pipe in it. Well, then when you find out what it actually is, oh, yeah, there's actually a pipe in it. But you're right. It's not just a crack pipe. You can smoke meth or crushed up pills through it. That's right. So, it's a multiple purpose pipe, so it's not technically crack. And you want to really play semantics with any type of presidential figure? This is if this was Barack Obama, not that I'm caping for Barack Obama one bit, but if this was Barack Obama saying, I'm going to give out free smoking kits, here's how you know this did not have black people in mind. Does the smoking kit come with a pack of Backwoods or Swisher Sweets in it? Then because you're not catering towards the rap crowd. So without really showing you what they're doing, they're still showing you what they're doing. It's like these people can't. I don't think Joe Biden's so old he can't hide his anti-black racism. I don't believe he can. I think we just have a lot of people that are in denial about what they see. You got somebody out here could say that. Well, you got people out here caping for Joe Rogan. Yeah, he said it all the time, but it doesn't mean anything. Come on, man. We use the word in rap music all the time. Like that's some kind of comparison for some person who's calling black folks apes. It was a good experience. They were hella cool after it all. Oh, boy. So, yeah, I grew up with people like that. My whole little early childhood grew up with people just like that. No, that ain't cool. All them little black, man, please. These kids are racist elementary school. Racist since kindergarten. So I know people who ain't never been called a nigger before. I have been called one since I was in kindergarten by these little Neanderthals. So, I mean, I grew up with this type of behavior. That's why we don't take that shit off these people. Tap dance all on that ass. Get walked on. And in the meantime, this is what they act like they don't know what's going on out here in the West Coast. But this going on at the Super Bowl. Like you didn't know who you had there. Oh, man. One of the funny things about the Super Bowl things that they was asking them not to do, none of them was like, they didn't say nothing about the weed. He is down there waiting for his cue. Go hit that blow right before he goes to stage. Now, whoever was working for that company, who is in the booth right there, absolutely needs to be fired. If I was Snoop, I'd make sure that person get fired. Because whoever even put me out there like that, because, okay, Snoop might not care about that, but what about any other instance that these people could possibly catch you out there like that? Partner, you work at the stadium and you working for this team and you working for all of this. You gonna sit up here and put me out there like that? You better show one of these white rockers over here shooting up before they, or nodding off before they get up on stage while you so busy trying to catch Snoop smoking weed. We all know Snoop smoke weed. And he's smoking weed in L.A., so you trying to make a big deal of him smoking weed in L.A. Snoop at the Super Bowl smoking weed. And he crip walked in there. Y'all, that stadium sits in Inglewood. Y'all sitting right in the smack dab in the middle between a crip hood and a blood hood. I mean, you like 5 minutes away from the jungle. And you over here talking about, man, don't be doing any gang affiliation down here. Y'all better know where that stadium sit at. The hell y'all mean? Y'all in the heart of L.A. So, I think this might be the last one I want to play because, family, remember the video I played that got me cut off last week? Well, somebody took a little thing and clipped it up and made another video for it, which they were actually able to allow. So obviously they didn't like me bringing up the fact that you had this Nigerian over here talking about, let's not make it about race. Oh, I can't stand why for these people to come in here and be acting like they can talk for us. They cannot.
Please not make this racial.
Who did that?
Everybody trying to. It's not racial. It is not an American rule. The rule for her suspension is because of WADA, World Anti-Doping Agency. World. It is not about America, and it is not about trying to hold someone down because of their color of their skin or because of their race.
The panel considered that preventing the athlete to compete at the Olympic Games would cause her irreparable harm in these circumstances.
Trimetazidine is a drug. It's used to treat angina and some other heart-related conditions. And the way it works is it changes the way that the heart muscle metabolizes or gains its energy. And so, given that it can have that effect on a pretty important muscle in the body, I guess it could be used for performance-enhancing purposes.
My goal was to start a dialogue. I grew up in white culture. I went to an all-white private school in Dallas, Texas, and I'm first-generation American. I'm Nigerian American, so.
See, here's where I want to say, and again, Nathan Powell, if you're watching this, Did you hear what he just said? He was raised up in white culture, not our culture, but someone else's. So he has two totally different unattached cultures that he's referring to while referring to ours. No experience but talking on us. In street culture, that's called false flagging. And in street culture, you could get packed out for false flagging or worse. So when people like this do that, they need to get them ears packed out and get that Twitter packed out, because people like this need to know you do not speak for black folks in America. Shut your mouth. Sha'Carri's one of ours. You ain't. And it's cool. Now, granted, and see, it's always the Nigerians. Oh, I'm Nigerian. And what did he do? They came straight over here and got next to white folk. They ain't come over here to fool with us. So he's literally telling you this. So for all of the, oh, you're so divisive, miss me. This is the culture to which came over here.
I don't deal with the same hurt and pain in my heart due to years upon years of slavery.
Right, sir. We are very clear on that. And this is why we say you don't deserve to be speaking for us. No one does. No one should be speaking for any group other than the people of that group, because no other group does that except for the people when it comes to us. And that's one thing we tired of, we done with. And if we got something to say, we will say it as a group. Or as you put a spokesperson out there and they'll do it, but you best believe they're going to be vetted and coming out of this camp. They won't be some, oh yeah, well, so if you're saying Aboriginal black and then blacks off of slave ships, well, slave ships is like part of the claim. So that would be a different claim than the Aboriginal slaves that were actually still on the same slave selling blocks that built Wall Street up. And all. See, these people coming to these spaces talking stupid, and they absolutely know better. It's all by design. And family, you better remember who I always told you runs the show at the DNC. Now, this is how they know. And this is, come on now, there's a political strategist over here in the new black media. You better understand it. Because this didn't happen by accident.
They will do nothing to invest in our schools or make college more affordable. They'll ban books, but do nothing about guns. They'll make it harder for people to vote, but easier for big corporations to bust unions. They'll let polluters trash our environment and let Donald Trump trash our democracy. That's why I intend to work my heart out to elect Democrats up and down the ticket this November.
You know, I can't remember that dude's name. Like Ocho something, or OG. Now, I'm not saying distance yourself from ADOS. If you are going to be ADOS and you are willfully part of the political group and toting the Democratic line, cool. What I'm saying is don't be deceptive with that. So when you come to these spaces, oh no, I'm not ADOS. I'm not ADOS. No, I used to be ADOS. I ain't ADOS. Then you do a little digging, a little more digging. That's why I wanted to make sure I got the info on this Black Pack group early, before they started infiltrating spaces. I knew they were coming. because we cut off the environmental reparation talk. But trust me, family, they're coming back. They're not finna take that one lightly. But see, the one thing about what Hillary running for? No, see, here's the one thing y'all keep missing. Hillary is the DNC. She don't have to run. She calls the shots. She puts people in place. She put Joe Biden in place. Joe Biden don't run shit. Hillary do. Keep telling y'all this. I've been telling y'all this as long as I've been on air. I've been telling y'all. Hillary runs the show. So the fact that you're seeing her now, they brought the boss out. Ain't nobody over Hillary Clinton except for her relatives. Did I ever say that on this air? Maybe not. Well, Hillary Clinton is family tied into some very important individuals. So trust me, she runs the show. It was never Bill. There's not a man, I don't even think there's a man in Washington, D.C. more powerful than her. Zene J. Zene, is it Zene, like one word, or is it Zene? Because it looks like one word. So it looks like Zene J. Hope I'm saying that right. Zene J. Yes, indeed. So with this whole Sha'Carri thing and the Kim Potter thing, and then, this little doping 15-year-old, how they want to play people as victims, they're basically treating her like the babyface bandits. Because y'all remember the babyface bandits at first, they were like, we don't understand. Well, first the police didn't even want to shoot them, so they got in a whole shootout with the kids. Then, here's what's so crazy about it. Now, if y'all don't understand the Othell Wallace situation, I really wish his people would reach out to somebody outside of them organizations that he's dealing with, because the waters have gotten real muddy around that situation, and it's unfortunate for that brother because it's literally his life at stake, and it looks like people that's supposed to be down and supposed to be riding is just over here worried about padding their own pockets while this brother over here languishing in jail. So free Othell Wallace, because he did nothing wrong other than defend himself from an absolute potential ambush. And the babyface bandits that was at that school is a place to where he was a previous counselor at. So what they're trying to do now is make, it's Zene J. Okay. That's why I thought, I was like, well, maybe it's, a fancy way of saying your name without like spelling your name, you know what I mean? But yeah, so, man, these things is jacked up, man. And they do people so dirty out here, especially us. Let me see. No, I think that is it. Yes, that is it. That is actually all the videos I have to play for y'all tonight. We did get through it. Oh, here's something else, though. I guess I probably should play. Let me see. There's a. Hold on. There's one thing I need to tell y'all real quick before I go. One of y'all sent this story to me. Let's see, famous. I'll pull this up here real quick. down here. Okay. Because I found this. Yeah, I got sent this. Yes, that's part of my middle names. Okay, gotcha. So this little article, let me read this to y'all real quick. I think is maybe one of my subscribers sent this to me. I think it might be Black Love 17. If you're still up watching this, it says high-tech melanin might help put technology inside our bodies. First off, what the hell is high-tech melanin? High-tech melanin. Yeah, let me read that again. High-tech melanin might help put technology inside of our bodies. And this is actually, this is from 2019, March 27th. March 27th of 2019. Interesting. And now we are at the part of nanoparticles. So for those of you who, again, my Facebook contingent here, for those of you who remember me telling you about the nanobots in the Lucifer race, there was a lot of people who didn't think that was really a true thing. Well, this FDA proven pill. So it's FDA approved. It is a pill that you can ingest, and you can now take Pfizer's pill to get nanobots in your system. I mean, to get the venom, or the jab in your system, and that way you can always transmit or be safe, And, so what it does is, because I played the video here on this broadcast, if you didn't know, I definitely have done. And if you haven't been following me, well, then you should. So if you are on Facebook, you should go to YouTube and subscribe, like now. And for those of you who didn't understand, this is what I actually do, on my broadcast as well. This is it, and you don't really see many people out there doing stuff like this, do you? Not saying that they can't, but a lot of people won't. There it is. So, for all the people who were like, well, man, Anthony Fauci is so great. I guess so. Depends on what your idea of greatness is. For my people here in this realm, and especially for all of you who have been with me since I have started these weekly wrap-ups, let's take that little quick flashback to day one.
By the sudden rollout of Rook Unlimited's most fantastic device ever, the Smart Mark. Throw your other devices away, because the Smart Mark is more than just a phone. It's part of you. Use it as cash. Book your travel. And even shoot video. Distribution points are all over the city. And don't let the lines discourage you. The Rook Unlimited Smart Mark is worth the wait.
I never realized how wonderful technology could make me feel. The Smart Mark has brought order to my life.
And the best part? It's absolutely free. A gift of thanks to our city from Rook Unlimited.
23% of the population has been given the Smart Mark, number 1.
Time to test our system, number 6. The Flex Fighters are out there somewhere. Teaming up with Jonathan Rook. Let's put our new recruits to work. Subtly.
We should find the Flex Fighters.
I ought to find the Flex Fighters.
Let's find the BIE. Let's find the B1. Let's find FBA. Let's find Yahawada.
We should find the Flex Fighters. We should find the Flex Fighters.
Growing up in this city, the streets of Old Town, I saw the worst mankind had to offer. Chaos, disorder. I vowed to make it all change. To make it all better. All these years working in secret. Rising up the ranks of the tech men. It was all leading to this day. Order has finally been established in Charter City. No child will have to fear for their safety again.
The people owe you the greatest of debts, number one, for liberating them from the chaos of their lives.
I mean, hey, man, it's a kid's cartoon, no way that anybody would put what they would put in a cartoon or a TV show would they ever actually plan on implementing. That ain't how it works, is it? Been a lot of you smart ones coming out the woodwork. I would like to see y'all sharpen up. We are going into a new election year here in 2022, and we have no time to play. We are at a clear junction of time and space with all of this culminating on anti-blackness, everybody feeling that if they can't just be like with these Nigerians, they have been anti-black so long, they don't even know how to have a conversation with us without insulting us. Just like with a lot of suspected white supremacists. They have this thing to where, well, I have to teach you lowly Negroes because you clearly don't understand. And, this good, safe Negro over here, he's just going to just not rock the boat, And, when he ain't going to rock the boat, he ain't going to rock the boat, sis. Well, I'll tell you, boy, these people here. Oh, because actually white folks talk like that. It wasn't actually black folks. There's so many historical projections. Hey, you better go listen to some of them old slave tapes. Them people, none of them people was talking like that. But you over there listen to the Cajun show. Now all of a sudden that makes sense. Oh, it's Cajun. It's cool. It makes no sense. What the hell is he saying? But then they project that onto us. And again, remember, I'm from Portland, Oregon, so I'm from one of the homes of coon chicken. Up here in the Iceman land and all. The Iceman land. That every time I hear that is just so funny to me. I live in the Iceman land. Well, being that we are in a global system of white supremacy, where would I be? You know what I mean? Like, where are you going? In the Iceman land. Okay there, fella. That's about all you got? Is that I live around white people. Newsflash. You live in America too. So if you didn't know, you're in a perpetual system of white supremacy. Which means you ain't going to be in your town without white folks either. And y'all have a major sports town in your city. Actually, you got 2 major sports in your city, if not 3. And somehow you're talking about how other people can live in Iceman lands. Lord, let me play this video before I leave. Because I got to tell you what was sent to me. Let me show you what was sent to me in my inbox.
The CRT deal, because it's happening. And as a parent, I speak to other parents. There's a few things that we don't want. I'm biracial, I'm bilingual, I'm multicultural. The fact is, in America, in North Carolina, I can do anything I want, and I teach that to my children. And the person who tells my little pecan-colored kids that they're somehow oppressed based on the color of their skin would be absolutely wrong and absolutely at war with me. And I think that's the same for every parent. What the mask showed us is that the parents, the most powerful group of people in our country, that they're taking back the wheel. Now, obviously, we had to take the wheel back for the mask, but we're taking the wheel back from Washington all the way to Raleigh and into our local school board. Because CRT, all of that, the parents don't want it. It's a big fat lie. There's not one, if you believe in CRT, I want to tell you you're a liar. Because that means you look at your black neighbor and say that they're oppressed, and you look at your white neighbor and say that they're evil, regardless.
This is what was sent to me in my inbox. And with the with the message, this is how we move forward. Number one, CRT is not taught in elementary school. It's a college course. History is what you're actually talking about not being taught. So what you need to start doing is calling what it is. But you don't need to get no shield out here. And if you didn't understand what a puppet means when I say puppet, I mean puppet. Meaning, this ain't no black man's talking points. Much as you might want to throw him out there and make him believable. No. Here's another thing that's always funny to me. White people that come to black people and say, hey, man, you're not being fair to that other black guy. You need to listen to that black guy. You know why? Because that black guy is actually speaking for me. And I really don't think you dumb jigs are too sharp enough to pick that one up. Sorry, Nathan Powell. I'm a little sharper than that, there, brother.
Of the experience that you've had with them. And we're not going to do that. The parents in the United States of America, right here in North Carolina and Cabarrus County, we know that's not true because we believe the lives we live. The fact is, I've been a business owner right here in North Carolina, and I deal with white people, black people, Hispanic people. My children deal with everybody. And the racism is only happening at the government level and on the media. The fact is, you have racists and they're...
You hear him stick that little slick lie in there? Okay, so Nathan Powell, this is the type of shit that makes white supremacists feel good and suspected white supremacists feel good. Because what he's doing is denying the existence and perpetual existence of racism on all levels. And he's also denying systematic white supremacy on all levels, especially local. So that's why I say a puppet, because either he knows he's lying or he knows he's lying and full of shit. So it's either one or the other.
It's like you can't even find them hardly. You just hear the stories about them. But this is what we're dealing with. The parents are taking the wheel.
Anybody got a microphone? Anyone got a microphone?
I have an 8-year-old daughter who is absolutely dynamic, who can do anything. Athletically, intellectually, spiritually, and emotionally, she is a dynamo. And I don't want a man swimming against her in the pool. The fact is, I don't want her playing against boys in soccer. I don't even let my sons rough her up. Do you think I'm going to let your son rough her up?
Yes, he
This
did,
is what we're
Nicole.
talking about. Policy going back to the parents. Because if you think people who love America are willing to fight for it, you haven't met parents yet. Because I'm telling you, parents will go further.
It's ironic that he brings up parents in the conversation of banning CRT. One of the things that CRT could probably bring up is the psychological makeup of a white American male that would think it right to take a black baby from its mother and put him in a cage to bait alligators for alligator skin. Right? So we don't want our children to understand basic psychology, because really banning CRT is banning psychology. You are literally, so if you're not paying attention, this is almost moving into justifying psychopathic behavior. And only a psychopath, deviant manipulator would even think this way. This is who you're dealing with, and they'll put people like this out here. That's why I call him a puppet, because he's too stupid to know better to not trust you.
Down any street than anyone who loves their country alone.
With that being said, look at it this way. We see all of these puppets that come out here talking all of this. They'll come out there talking for the right. They'll come out talking for the left. In any event, none of them are for our benefit. They're not for our empowerment and need to be shunned, excommunicated at every turn. No mas. No mas. Now, on a brighter note, we are coming more into ourselves that they have to get these type of individuals, and you got people up here doing stuff like what just happened. That's why I played you that video. So you have, people see what I do. They see what I post, right? This is what they send me, telling me this is the way to some kind of racial ass harmony. Well, here's something that you need to understand about me. My concern is about us right now. I'm not concerned about any other group. Why? Because this group has been the only group that's been the perpetual target of everybody's destruction and dumping on. So let this group heal first. And if we got to say, hey, you need to take your damn hands off of it for it to heal, then that's what's happening. So it's not divisive because you're not offering help. And for all the immigrants who's in these spaces doing all of this, it really doesn't help your case to always come in and insult people. We are a group of people who have been taught manners, and we have evolved from even slavery. So slavery gives you a certain understanding of the do's and do's nots. Now, y'all was over there just having your way with everything, because over here, female circumcision ain't nothing that would even cross anybody's mind. As weird as these sickos are. Now they do their little mutilation thing, but that's a very few thing. Like these people are more like pedos and sickos and rapists, and maybe your occasional cannibal. But like, nah, these people more like the weird sexual proclivity and screwing animals and shit. You know, they're more so on that. Like, I don't understand that other weird, some of y'all other than these from these other, no. And let's keep it a buck. Africa, we don't share culture like that. Some of y'all eating them big ass rats, them big giant equator rats. They're talking about we just ain't. No, the hell we ain't. Ain't no rodent ever going in my mouth like that, pimp. Y'all over there cooking rats the size of dogs, man. So just slow your roll over here before you over here popping shit at the Asians. At least them rats are small. Y'all over here cooking rats the size of dogs. Eating them equator rats. That's a nerd. I mean, you don't know your culture. One thing I know about my culture is we don't eat that shit. And if you thought that any other group on the planet had mind not to eat that damn pig before black folks, you were out of your damn mind. You mean to tell me the Arabs found you first on that one? Are you kidding? Are you kidding? Man, is it even rat? Yeah, it's rat. It's a African, like I said, them equator rats. Since they be growing like them oversized things in Chile and shit. No thanks. No thanks. Well, y'all over here popping about how we is. Y'all over there stewing. Family. Rayvon Johnson, look on YouTube, and there's a couple videos if you can stomach it from them getting, eating all kind of crap. I ain't with it. I'm not eating no camel. I ain't eating no African jungle, or well, not ain't no jungle, no African wilderness rat. No thanks. Well, no, that's jungle. Rainforest. Ain't no rainforest. That's jungle. Like, I ain't eating one of them damn equator rats, man. I'm cool. Y'all out y'all mind, man. And if y'all just, like I said, just go out there, just go look up YouTube. You'll see it. It's there. I ain't lying. Yikes. No, it ain't no possum. It ain't no possum. I mean, like, it's the equator, so things is different, man. So things be growing big, and I guess the oxygen and eating that, everything is ideal to grow bigger. Because that's what they say about, like, humans and whatnot back in the day before the water level rose, and so the land level rose. So when we were sitting lower, there was more oxygen, which makes total sense. So, I mean, you know, as you get higher, maybe that's why people are so stupid. We are probably at the highest altitude of functionality for human beings at what we call sea level. Because, man, it seems like the clouds are getting lower. And as the clouds get lower, I'm literally witnessing people get stupider, dumber. Man, Rayvon Johnson, man, like I said, yeah, you look at some of them videos on YouTube, be like, that ain't us. We would never do nothing like that. Like I said, more around that Mediterranean area, that's more our vibe. Those of us in America, that's way more our vibe. And again, even up in that upper Mediterranean, still like they call it different things now. Of course, way back when, you could call all of it Africa, all the way up, going up to past north of Israel. You can call it all Africa, technically. So for all intents and purposes, yes, because you have a big, long-ass landmass. Talking about those capybaras, yeah, I'm cool. I'm cool. That's a rodent. I am cool. They just skin it and throw it off in the grease. Shh. No thanks. No thanks. Mm-mm. No, I'll stick with with fish and chicken and beef, lamb, and goat. And all of those clean animals. I don't want to see that. No, you don't. You really don't. You really don't. Damn Nigerian rat meat. I got the nerve to be talking about us. Be talking this crazy about us. Like, do you see what y'all doing? And then on top of that, like the Bollywood be how they make fun of Black Americans, and they come over here like, I don't know why you think we hate you. Why do you hate on us so much, Tariq? Why do Foundation of Black Americans hate on Nigerians so much? We see Nollywood movies. You think we can't see your Nollywood movies? We all over here just clowning on us like we a whole joke to you over there. Cut it out. And y'all making us entertainment. Miss me. Yeah, welcome to America, James. You'll take your lunch when you come over here to our house. But see, that's the whole thing. That you know, you just over here by the white man. And the white man is, and see, so you were just so up under the white man. Then they come over here and get smacked and they be like, I am going back to Africa. You just have no manners over there. You niggas have no manners. No. You wasn't finna come over up in our house talking crazy to us. Yeah, you better take that shit up to Canada. See ya. Hey, we learned the hard way about foundational Black Americans. Like the little Somalian dude. Slap you. I'm trying to think. Have anybody in my chat ever seen a fight between a foundational Black American and one of them Somalians? Like, is there any? Man, up to Canada. Like, they'll tolerate it. They ran you out of America, eh? I had to get used to that when I was up there. I hope y'all up there in Canada got some actual, like, ribs now. Okay. Because, like, when I was up there in Canada back in the 90s, man, they was like, we're going to take you to we're going to take you to this barbecue restaurant in Calgary. The green beans was cool. Yeah, the green beans, the potatoes and the green beans was cool. Oh, what did I have? Oh, I had ribs. Yeah, the green beans was cool. Barbecue? Oh, no. They wasn't barbecue. No, actually, they were boiled. And then they put barbecue sauce on them after they took them out the steamer. And that was a barbecue restaurant in Canada. No joke. They brought that out to us. Because we was in this, like, this is a barbecue restaurant? I don't smell nothing. Oh, thank you, Rayvon Johnson. I've seen that. I played that the other night. I played that Wednesday. I think I did play that Wednesday. But yeah, Canada that barbecue was horrendous. Horrendous. Yeah, I was up in there. I was up in Calgary. We stayed at the Radisson. I'm sure things have probably changed up there now. But we was up at the Radisson downtown. The joint that got the Sky Bridge to go over to like the Lexus dealership, and there's like it used to be a church that used to be an old theater in this like complex thing. So we was playing there. But we was actually headlining in Edmonton. So yeah, no, Canada was cool. People in Canada was cool, except for when we first showed up in Calgary, we went into the mall. Boy, that security, they met us like 20 deep. Hey, what's going on? Going to the mall and get something to eat. Do a little shopping, tour bus right here, you know. Big old tour bus just pulls right on up to the mall. Hey, what's going on? You guys usually have tour buses of gang members coming up to Canada? Jeez. The things you go through for music, man. But man, let me tell you this though. And again, Nathan Powell, you know, you have been around this. See, you've seen what we've been able to build in this area. And that's building it on Black unity, Black togetherness, a Black mind, a Black oneness. So we also understand the benefit of a movement. And when we're in a movement, sometimes people don't really recognize it when it's actually happening. They'll realize it later. But for those people, these are gang members, for those people who, like what you sent me, and for the people who follow those type of people, I am nothing like that, nor will I ever subscribe to anything like that. Because we are about empowerment. That individual is not. And here's a common misconception about when people talk to us, because like what he's doing, what I just read y'all, is saying, hey, Black man, look at yourself as colorless. But when we start, okay, pride is cool, but then you start getting into superiority. You know what that is, Black folks? He don't like when, and they often don't like people like myself telling you how great you are. Because they have to go through all of this to keep you from knowing your greatness despite their wickedness and evilness against you. Here's my thing for the Democrats. Why are the Democrats so silent on this argument of CRT? Since the Democrats are so much better than the Republicans who are fighting against it, then these people should be fighting and saying something on your behalf for the preservation of your own history. But yet they're silent. So Facebook, people who are watching, I hope you are getting the message here. Because you won't get this opportunity to see this much on Facebook at all. Follow this broadcast on YouTube. That's where you want to be. You want to be in the mix on YouTube. If not, then you need to stay where you're at. But understand when you see me posting out here in these streets, you will have to remain silent because you chose not to participate in your own victory. Well, I'm not quitting because you're a coward. We shouldn't quit because we have cowards among us. No. But what we do need to recognize are the cowards we have amongst us and weed them out. If these people who say they are so pro-Black have more posts about themselves or other Black people, they are not pro-Black. I will repeat myself again. If anybody out here calls himself pro-Black, they will not have more posts about themselves or other Black people than dealing with the common enemy, which Nathan Powell is the system of white supremacy, dismantling it and replacing it with a system of justice, and I will add to that, operated in absolute righteousness. Because Babylon is fallen, Babylon is fallen. Let it fall and let us rise. You have been here once again at the BeatZilla PDX official show. I am your host, Beatzillapdx of Official. And we, of course, are almost out of here. But before we go,
time, the clock tick faster. That'll be the hour they knock the slick blaster. Dick Dastardly, a Muttley with sick laughter. A gunfight and they come to cut the mix master. And living the true gods, giving y'all nothing but the lick like two broads. Got more lyrics than the church got ooh lords. And they hold the mic at your attention like two swords. Or you the one with two blades on it. Hey you, don't touch the mic like it's AIDS on it.
Shout out to my family, United Empires of Alkebulan. In the house, shout out to Tina Berry, the brother who also just came out with the movie B1. You know, and for all the haters and detractors out there, I can't actually tell you good luck, but I can tell you you suck. You can follow me on Instagram at beatzillapdx. You can follow me on Twitter at beatzillapdx. You can follow me on Facebook, beatzillapdx, and on Patreon, beatzillapdx official. And of course, you can email me at ourrealtruth@gmail.com. That's ourrealtruth@gmail.com. And of course, if you feel so inclined to put something in the bucket by way of donations, you can definitely do so at CashApp $beatzillapdx. That is CashApp $beatzillapdx. And let's see, I believe that is. Also, we have PayPal. And you can hit that at Zilla Music. That is at ZILLAMUZAK. That's at PayPal. Zilla Music at PayPal. And it looks like, okay. Oh, Yvette S. Thank you for the donation, my sister. Peace and blessings be, and protection and power be up on you. And with that being said, family, for the Facebook people, if you guys have actually hung out for all of this time, or if you're watching a replay, then, you know, we end this broadcast the same way. And I started doing this because of how the mainstream and the system of white supremacy tries to dictate to black folks who our leaders are, who our friends are, and most importantly, who our family is. We are having no more of that. And we are taking the power back of ourselves. No one defines us but us. No one sets a narrative for us but us. This is the new way of the future. Old Negroes follow suit. 1 foot in the grave, you might as well go ahead and sit your ass down. It's a new day. Let young fresh blood, the new wine for the new wine skins, sit where we need to sit. The Moses generation, it's just time for you to stand on the hill and look. But in the meantime, oh, us Joshua generation over here, we gonna fight the battle of Jericho. And if anybody knows that real true story, it wasn't all sweet. One thing we did was make noise. Solid noise in faith. And when the time is right, Most High said, go clean them niggas up. Yeah, we serve a mighty terrible power. Not flowers and candy like you think. This is the spirit of truth over here. And we are a mighty stone. Mighty, mighty, mighty. And although we have 3 stones, just like our predecessor, still only takes 1. Shalom, y'all. Have a blessed, powerful, prosperous, safe weekend, and stay away from succubuses and crusty outlaws.
When you know who Satan is, yes, sir, you don't have to kill him. No. The stone of truth. Yeah. See, that's what you throw. Yes, right. Allah says, had we wished to take a pastime from before, surely we would have done it. Nay, we cast truth at falsehood till we knock out its brains. Every one of you that knows the truth, stand up and tell it from the mountaintop. Black people can't take it no more. So wherever you are on the job, in the factory, I don't care where you are. If you know the truth, stand up on the truth and tell Satan, who the hell are you to try and pick my friends? Farrakhan is God's man, and you are from the enemy of God. So to hell with you. Stand up on it like a man.